Slay Radio.
Good morning. I'll wait for my compadre to pop in here. Hey.
Good morning. I thought I had a few more minutes, so I took a quick bite to eat.
Okay, nice.
Good morning. We're back.
We're back. And it's definitely Friday the 13th.
That's the nice thing. People don't get to see the gremlins that take place. We should do some outtakes one year, I guess.
Oh, we should do that for sure. Yeah, that'd be good. So yeah, little issues this morning with some YouTube and Slay and all kinds of different things we had. So welcome. We're back. Unfortunately, it's virtual again because we expected really to be in Vegas this year, but apparently Las Vegas is trying to make up for all their COVID loss in 1 year. So give you an idea what it cost us for running an event normally in Vegas. We got a good deal through one of our buddies, Saj, at the Plaza. So we're paying about $1,800 for a weekend, 3 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And so that rate with that hotel is now $5,000 a day. So we thought that was a little expensive, and we thought, we'll just wait for Vegas to catch up with, the lost revenue, and maybe next year will be a normal thing where we can, get a room that's, where people can actually be.
It's a good thing, though, right? Here's the good thing, Jim. As we have noticed with the first time that we went virtual, the audience that we could reach was much bigger. We got a lot of Europeans joining us, a lot of people that wouldn't have been able to afford or otherwise be able to make a trip to Vegas. So in that way, it really has been a blessing. I'm excited. It's been a year already. I cannot believe it. I looked at some of the footage of last year. I'm like, okay, we definitely got older, unfortunately.
Yeah, true.
I don't know how we did that, but it happened. We somehow accumulated more stuff as well. And we'll probably get through that later today as well.
Yeah.
And we got a lot of return guests and new guests as well as part of the schedule.
We do.
I think we've got a pre-packed schedule.
Here's one thing that I just noticed just now. So we're used to doing this. And so we haven't even introduced who we are. Because we know who we are.
That's true.
Ooh, yeah, so I'm Jim Drew with cbnstuff.com, and this is my...
And I'm Yuri. Hey, nice to see you all again. Big collector of Commodore stuff. I hope you guys will join the Discord as well. We did a little write-up there. Jim, how can anybody not know you? Later today, we'll talk about your Keycaps campaign as well, and 164 update emails to now all close friends that had signed up to this, and many more still lining up. But yeah, thanks a lot. It's introductions, to us, we're so used to speaking to each other every day. We should probably
Well, I mean, we just also got back from BCF Midwest recently too. So we've seen each other there as well for the first time in person in what, 3 years?
Yeah, 3 years probably.
BCF
Midwest was great, by the way. Wasn't it a great event?
Oh yeah, it was good. It was a great event. It was a lot of fun. A lot different because it was my very first time I had been to a non-Commodore event.
Right.
As far as being specifically Commodore. So they had all kinds of different computers there. And usually that's like taboo, but this was an actual, vintage computer festival. So, we saw all kinds of different things. And we saw our buddy AJ there from Forgotten Machines. And we haven't seen him since he was at the last CRX. So it was good. It was a good time to see everybody. But I think we need to get back together in Vegas. So
I totally agree.
Yeah,
I totally agree. So and we're getting a little bit of feedback on how to change your settings. We'll fix that during the day. Thanks a lot for to us.
So I'm a little bit hot. I guess I am a little bit hot. Okay, that's got to be better.
Normally I'm the one that gets accused of being too loud, but maybe this time it's going to be my year where I won't be.
Well, they say that you're too low, so it's definitely a Friday the 13th thing. So
yeah, that feels like it. So I'm excited about this year. Can we talk a little bit about the schedule, Jim?
Yeah, let's talk about our schedule. I'm looking at it. Of course, everybody who's watching right now, if you go to the CRXevent.com, you can see the links to our Discord and to the schedule, and of course to the YouTube, which you're watching already. So if we go to take a look at the schedule, you're going to see we've got 3 days of packed stuff going on. And so, but first up, we've got Gideon, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he is. He's actually driving. He when I spoke to him earlier my morning, I'm on the West Coast. I'm in California, and he's obviously in the Netherlands. He had to do a quick trip up and down to Amsterdam. Now, anybody that lives out there will know that that traffic is not always as easy to predict, and especially on a Friday as it might be. But he's going to make it back just in time. So hopefully he'll pop into the Zoom meeting just before the top of the hour. I'm excited to have him back. Obviously, he's had his fun year with redesigning of his sandwich. So we'll talk a little bit about that.
Sure.
And then after that, we've got another treat especial.
Well, we've got Retrobits YouTube channel from Matt Demicco. So I've known Matt for a little bit. In fact, we'll talk about that today because I'm not even sure how I got introduced to Matt, but so we'll ask him about it. He's got a great YouTube channel. He's been on for I think he started like in the pandemic.
Yeah. I think about 3 years or so ago. I love his videos. I love the topics he chooses. I love his whole demeanor. I love the editing. Everything. You know, he's just an awesome guy. Great.
Yeah, it's all top-notch stuff too. It's nice. So after that, we got this crazy keycap guy.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that one. Obviously, we did an update last year, and man, were there a lot of curveballs. So I'm sure that a lot of
so I'll let some secrets out today too about all the little things that happen behind the scenes. I mean, you know about obviously the CRX guys know, but the public doesn't know a lot of the stuff that happened. So it'll be interesting. And then after that, if we've got time, I'm sure I'll talk about the Blingboard 64 campaign. I wasn't going to talk about it really because I was going to release it as a campaign today, actually. But as you know, Yuri, half of our crew lost about 3 weeks of their lives due to a virus that we all got. So we spent about 3 weeks recovering.
A little parting gift of Midwest.
Yeah, it's a little parting gift. Yeah. So I would have left that one there.
Yeah.
So then we have Saj. I mean, Sajtron, DJ Sajtron, world famous.
He got a packed schedule this year. We had to split it up. It was
so I was just like, well, I can get some more people. I was like, well, how many more? It's like, can we do 2 days? It's like 2 full days. I mean, like, you know, maybe a few hours each day. It's like, no, 2 full days.
Yeah.
I'm like,
that's
sure.
Awesome. It's awesome. The lineup
and he has new people.
Absolutely incredible.
Yeah. So today we have actually everybody is new. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 new guests for today. Yeah. And then I think on tomorrow we have a couple of returns and then some new people as well. Yeah. So that pretty much wraps up today. For tomorrow, Chris is going to kick it off for us.
Yeah. Chris Sakua. For many people known about for his EEPROM emulator used throughout the not just Commodore scene, but anybody that's got like really old machines they work on. He's got built a fantastic product, open sourced it, and but he's also been working more and more on some of the Commodore 64 stuff, and he'll introduce his Slim PLA version, very, very nice version of the GAL PLA solution.
Yeah. And after that, I'm going to do a class. We like to try to always do a build project, because one of the things that we did is the CRX Live is we had everybody build a project. We all soldered it, which was great. And then the first CRX, we built a cartridge from the guys overseas who provided the open source stuff for it. And we built that one. That was fun. Yeah. So I think, so this year we were talking about building a very simple cartridge extender. And I thought it'd be kind of cool to show people in KiCad, because KiCad is a open source software you can use to develop, PCBs, how that actually is done in a process. I mean, I do this every single day. I don't use KiCad all the time, but I do circuit board designs all the time. And for the industry that I'm in, I don't do Commodore full time, obviously. So I thought it'd be kind of cool to show people the basics of KiCad, of how to design a very simple cartridge extender. It gives you an elbow, like a 90-degree elbow piece. And then on Sunday, because I do SolidWorks as well, we're going to do a case design for that extender. And I'll make both of those available open source as well. But I'm going to walk you through things in KiCad that I have learned, some keyboard shortcuts and some pull-down menu shortcuts that will really be beneficial to anybody, even if they're advanced people, maybe that don't do this stuff. I'll explain a lot of the stuff about how frequencies affect things and trace links and, you know, nearby traces and all these things interfere with, you know, operations of usually a high frequency signal. These are like, you know, 1 megahertz for 65.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. Last year we did some SolidWorks learning. I thought that was really good. We got really positive feedback on that as well. I'll be there to ask all of the silly questions. I'll also make sure that you won't be able to take any shortcuts when it comes to explaining things. So
all right, not fair.
We just need to make sure that we keep it at the pace that everybody can follow along. I think it's going to be cool, and I really like the idea of, hey, let's start with a PCB, and then the next day we're going to create a casing for that.
Let's wrap a case around it.
Yeah, exactly, and especially with the new features that Keycap has, or Keycap, whatever you want to call it, has created. That product has really matured, and that's open source software. It is just incredible what you can do with a product like that these days.
Yeah, I think the majority of all the Commodore stuff, with the exception of Supercar Pro in the beginning, I used Altium for that. I think pretty much everything I've tried to use Keycap for, just for the development, just to kind of keep it kind of that retro-ish type of feel for me, as opposed to doing something in Altium or doing it in Cadence or something like this with, you know, pads or something, you know, upper type of program, you know, multi-$1,000 programs as opposed to an open source program. And so, I mean, Keycap works great. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in Keycap that I like better than Altium. And there's some stuff in Altium that Keycap's missing that would be nice if they added it. So I'm sure they'll get there at some point. But that product's come a long ways. I mean, that whole, I've gone from, I think, version 4 up to now version 7. And there's been mass improvements, and it's super stable now. And, you know, there's this great things it does. So we'll talk about more about that. Let's see, after we'll have a lunch break, and then we have David,
the battle of AI. Oh,
so
my goodness.
I think David's going to talk a little about his book at first.
Yeah.
The book that he wrote, and then we'll go to this battle of AI. And I didn't quite understand this in the very beginning, what he was doing, until explain a little bit, and then I watched the video because it's a pre-recorded thing, and then I like, oh, okay, well, this makes total sense now. So
I think it's a real fun video. I had a lot of fun interviewing him through this, because obviously AI is being the hot topic. You know, if you want to have any excuse towards your family or employer or anything, you know, on why it's important that you actually attend this event, it's got AI in it, people. You're going to do some learning as well. Use that. There's going to be some GitHub coming out of that as well. David does a fantastic job in making a complicated topic very enjoyable to watch. And then another great talk coming up there. I'm really looking forward to the next one with Arthur.
Yeah, so Arthur Durdeson is the author, the author of the CBM Program Studio. And so I've been working with him, and I didn't know this until I started looking at some of my files. For almost 12 years, I've known him. And so I did quite a bit of beta testing and a lot of arm twisting and trying to get his features put into it. And he did all the stuff. He was amazing. So super great guy to work with, great program. I mean, it's come such a long ways from the very beginning. And now he's added, like, you know, Mega 65 stuff. I mean, all kinds of different things he's added to that program studio. And that particular suite is used by a lot of, you know, very well-known developers nowadays. So it's a really good program. And so I'm pretty much going to beat up Arthur and ask him what's going to coming out next. And I kind of want to do a little bit of history, you know, reminiscing about, you know, things in the past. And David Yao also uses the CBM Program Studio. And so David's going to be on the interview as well. And David's going to, I think, ask him a bunch of questions about, you know, certain things and how things happened. And there's a lot of history behind that program. A lot of history.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Very cool. And then if I looked at the schedule initially, if I wouldn't have met Mark and Mark, David obviously is a friend that lives very close by, but if I wouldn't have met Mark at Midwest, I would have thought, okay, wait, we have a 3 to 4:30 slot to talk about this game. Well, this is going to be a true geek fest. I know David was extremely keen to get Mark in this. He graciously has offered up his time. I think for anybody that is into this genre of games, they're gonna have a real treat. Mark doesn't do a lot of interviews, and now you're gonna have an interview done by someone that knows the inside outs, and it's gonna be really cool.
Right. So people that don't know what it is, it's a game for the Apple II, actually. And it's something that's been in the works for many years, and they released it and with a huge success, and they're making another one, expansion pack for it, I guess, or maybe that was already made, and there's a whole nother game they're doing as well. And that'll be all explained in the video. But yeah, it's the amount of work and the amount of detail, I think. And I think watch a little bit of the video, David brings out a lot of that in the video. How much detail this guy goes through. It's pretty insane. So I mean, there's people that enjoy their hobby, and there are people that love their hobby, and this clearly loves his hobby for sure.
And let's be clear, Jim, we love those type of people.
Right, exactly. That's why he's here, even though it's not a Commodore specific thing.
Yeah.
And of course, everyone's asked me immediately, so on my Discord, my CBM stuff Discord, I've been bombarded with people saying, does that mean we're getting a 64 port? I was like, I don't know. I mean, it's 6502, so we'll have to see what he says about all that. But it's possible for sure. So
yeah.
Okay, so then we got Bitscape again. Electric
goodness,
Gypsy is
amazing,
somebody was here before, he's great. That's a really good friend of Saj. Wagner Folco. So the deal is Wagner had to cancel because of some other things going on in his life, because the guy's a world famous producer. Literally, he produces like everybody from Snoop Dogg to Santana. I mean, everybody. He does. This is what he does for a living. He's a big dude in a big studio, and so he's a buddy of Saj. And so the last couple of years, he's done videos for us. And I like the videos so much. I told Saj we got to have just the videos again. So we're gonna play his 2 short videos. Jeff Gregory, he was here before. And then we have Lab Rat Warfare, and then Ray Manta was before, and then we have Citrix. And Citrix, Saj and I were watching the video again last night. That guy is crazy. So I really enjoyed his set.
That's cool. Well, I'm looking forward to Ray Manta as well.
Yeah, Ray's is amazing too.
Obviously. Oh my goodness, so incredibly talented.
Yeah. So we've got on Sunday, we have our guy Jim Happel.
Oh,
and
Jim Happel will lure Jim Happel. So Jim Happel has been so interesting. So the Mega 65, which is basically the interpretation of what the C65 would have looked like if it would have gone to market, closely following the alpha versions of the unit. Jim, obviously, a game developer on multiple platforms, and someone that has been playing around with the basic one-liners and of course Happeltrick game. He's going to talk specifically about game development in BASIC on the Mega 65. I think it's cool in many different ways. Not many people have seen the Mega 65 yet. They've only, been released in low numbers. Not many people have started developing on those yet. Not nearly as many as should be, and let alone put it out on YouTube. I think Jim will, in his own style, will bring something really worth watching. It is a very cool machine. I gotta say, my love for it is definitely growing. But I got enough projects as it is. Don't take that as pre-order. But Jim Happel is gonna lure some people to the bright side of the Mega 65 C65 scene for sure. I'm really looking.
So one thing that was interesting to me, because I had not seen the Mega 65, I've seen the real ones. I mean the old, original one, like Michael Stahl.
And like Michael Stahl brought with him to one of the CRX ones.
So, and that was, the $100,000 original one, So but I looked at Jim's at BCF Midwest, and I got to thinking, it's like, because I've been doing 64 programming since 1982 or whatever, when it came out. And before that was the PET. And I know that BASIC is not the fastest thing in the world. It's interpreted language. It's not super duper fast. And so how many games are actually written in BASIC for 64? I mean, probably a handful that were commercially successful, and that was it. Everything else was done in assembly code and such. But the Mega 65 is super fast, like super fast compared to 64. And so it's something you can actually do in BASIC. And Jim proved that for sure. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on with his game that I was very surprised actually worked because of the fact that it's just so fast.
Right.
So that'll be interesting. And people that think that BASIC game is kind of like a stigma for something that's like a stick figured or something like that. That's not the case. Not with this machine.
No, and it's cool to think, you know, because many of us grew up in that 64 time and with that notion of BASIC, you know, this is what is possible in BASIC, and to kind of see, okay, where that would have gone in this machine, it's going to be very cool. Hey, and after that, Keith. So Keith, you know, part of the CRX crew, part of the original cast, if you will, incredibly talented professional. That started all the way back in the Amiga years as a hobby, started fiddling with graphics design and then made his profession out of that. He's done quite a bit of the artwork for the Bitscape event. We'll use that kind of as a code hanger for a dialogue, and we decided to put him after the actual Bitscape event so we could lead into that. Very well worth it for those people that kind of remember the old days where you would go to exhibitions and where you would see the magic of the Amiga. If you think back of that time, when the first time you saw the graphics on Amiga, that was such an enormous leap forward. It was just almost incomprehensible. And then people that kind of work with software right from those early stages and then all the way through today, he is incredibly talented. I cannot even fathom how people have a brain that can comprehend some of this. I'm really looking forward to doing that interview and seeing a couple of his things and just, you know, understand the journey there. Another great example of someone who turned a hobby into a profession, as many of us that kind of in today's life, you know, owe a lot to the early Commodore days that they were involved in.
Yeah. So after that, we have lunch break. And then we have
famous last words, by the way.
Robin.
Last words on the lunch break. It never
that's the plan. So let's go back to history for a little bit. The first year of CRX, we didn't have any breaks anywhere. And it was a nightmare. It was like texting each other and PMing each other. And it's like, oh, we need to do something for next year. So, okay. So after our lunch break, we have Robin Harbron, and Robin's going to be interviewed by David Youd. And Robin doesn't give very many interviews, I don't think. I met him for the first time at VCF, super nice guy. And he's got a pretty long history as well in Commodore, you know, the realm and stuff. And I think some of that might be talked about. But apparently, and I've not looked at the video at all. I think I don't even have the video yet.
I think it may still be downloading indeed. It's going to be so special though. We really shouldn't say anything, but the enormous Electronic Arts logo Easter egg hunt. It is. I had never known. It's going to be awesome. It is a typical Robin topic again. It's going to be awesome. Well worth waiting for. Let yourself be surprised. And the research that went in it again. Oh, kudos. It's just awesome. It's going to be great. Hey, and then after that, are we going to have Mike? Mike Hill.
Yep. So Mike is Bit Fixer. A lot of people. He's been in the retro scene for a very long time. I met him actually at the Convex, I think, back in 2012, I believe. And so Mike's got a bunch of different products for 64 and for the PET, and he's going to be doing an overview on some of his products and then an update on what he's working on now.
Yeah. I think so. And a bit of perspective, Mike here is Mike is the guy that you may remember seeing in pictures where your PET would all of a sudden show an ASCII representation of a video being taken somewhere. He's demonstrated that on VCF West and YouTube and other places, and many people have copied that. Very cool, very creative products that he comes up with. Very cool. Looking forward to that one. And then part two, we're going to do the case design for the Keycap project of day one.
Yep. So we're gonna wrap a plastic case around it. And for those that don't know, this is a 3D printable case. And so it'll be an STL file that when we design, we're done. And then you can take the STL file and you can print it, build it into your slicer program for your 3D printer and print it yourself. Or you can upload it to PCBWay or JLC PCB or one of the other companies online that can actually create a case for you, or plastic parts in general, and you can get it made that way as well. So it'll be something you can actually make yourself. So that'd be great.
Okay. Hey, and then what we'll do is at the end we'll open up kind of with a kind of wrap up as we do traditionally, where we go back to Discord and we open up as well with a bit of a wrap up there, where people can kind of meet and greet themselves in the flesh as well. Hey, and to that point, and we'll wait until Gideon comes up. I just got a ping from him. He's trying to clean himself up. He made it back from Amsterdam just in time,
good.
just like I said he would. So he'll be in the waiting room at some point soon, I'm sure. So Jim, I think what we should try and do. We've set up via crxevent.com. There's a Discord channel there. If you haven't been on Discord yet, sign yourself up, go in there, hang out. We've got plenty of channels, so go to where if you're like crazy about pet, go to the pet channel. Or if you want to talk about data sets all day, every day, we've got people that love that stuff, trackers, whatever it is. Go in there, be interactive. Don't be shy. No need to be shy. We're trying to get some interaction with the community going there as well. If you got questions on any of the interviews that are coming up, just post your questions there. We'll try and mix them in wherever we can, or wherever it's applicable. So we'll do that as well. If you see things going wrong somewhere, we've got a bunch of admins around that can help out and can jump in. We have our own internal channel that both Jim and I will try and keep an eye on while we're doing these type of interviews, or whomever is on screen at that moment in time. So we'll try and make sure that you've got a great experience. Other than that, man, 3 days of Commodore again. What a treat. Who would have thought? How many years is it now? What, 35, 40 years? Probably, yeah. Jim, how far back are we now?
This is
nearing 40 years.
4, yeah, been 4. Yep.
Yeah. So that's crazy. That's crazy. It's going to be fantastic to have another Commodore event in the pocket. All right. We gotta wait for Gideon.
Gideon just came in.
Oh, you came in? Okay.
Yep.
But let's get him in. Let's
Ding dong.
get that working. Connecting to audio. Let's give him a second. Every year a new adventure.
Seems to be blocked from posting in the channel. Okay, I'm gonna pop out. Gideon pops in. I'm gonna pop out because we have fires going on that I have got to fix real quick, and then I'll come back. But
you go and do that. Let's see if Gideon is on mute right now and his video is off. I'm just in case he hears me.
Oh, there's somebody.
I got video.
I see a shirt.
I see video, and I recognize the background. That is definitely Gideon's place. And then I think he's trying to figure out how do I best set up my microphone as well. It's really like, there he is. I recognize the man. Gideon, you're still on mute. Find you unmute. We'll test that.
Okay. Yeah, I am thinking of whether I should use headphones or not. I think it's better.
Yeah, if you want to try that, that's fine.
I'll be back.
Okay. Okay, let's see if you need to change the microphone with that. Oh, your video went away. That was the wrong button. Well, there you are. Yeah, okay. So Gideon, I can see you. Can we do a quick sound check?
Oh, wait. Because apparently that's weird. Because I can still hear it through the speakers.
Okay.
Let's try it another way.
No worries. No worries.
How about this? This is better, isn't it?
Okay. Okay. And then your microphone is set up well, so we can hear you there as well.
Perfect.
Okay. Gideon.
All right.
Man, I am so happy that you made it. So I already had announced to everybody that you had to pop over quickly to Amsterdam. And when you said that to me, obviously it's been several decades. I haven't lived in the Netherlands. For those people that don't know, I'm Dutch American. So I was born in the Netherlands. I live in the US. But I still remember the traffic from roundabout where you are and then going to Amsterdam. That was hell. It was completely unpredictable. And to try and do that on a Friday is kind of like madness, really.
Yeah, well, it was a little bit after dinner, so it should have been okay, but it is raining here like hell.
Oh my goodness.
So it was a little bit stressy. Yeah, just got back on time.
I am so glad that you made it back. Thank you for coming back for yet another year of CRX event. We'll do it a virtual one, and obviously, what a year it has been. What, and the year's not even over yet. Oh my goodness! I remember the last time that we spoke, and let's do a quick rewind for those people, for those 5 people on Earth that are involved in Commodore 64 and that do not know you yet. Give us the 1 minute. Here's who I am, and this is what I did.
Oh, who I am? Yeah. Well, I am just a simple electronic engineer with some background in FPGAs, and since some years I made the 1541 Ultimate, later the Ultimate 2, Ultimate 2 Plus, yeah, and the Ultimate 64. Those are the products that I made, and I think that they have been kind of well, the community has received them quite well. Let's put it like that.
Right. It was so, and it's interesting. So Gideon, if you think all the way back to that, had you ever expected it would be this popular?
No, definitely not.
No,
definitely not. I think it's starting to be an old story now, but because I have told it already a couple of times, I think. But yeah, the first time was all hobby. Everything was a hobby. Just like for many, the Commodore 64 is a hobby.
Yeah.
And FPGAs were a hobby of mine, so I was trying to combine the thing. And yeah, well, to make a long story short, there was one time that I had a prototype of a cartridge that could emulate the drive. And there was a Swedish guy, and he said, "You should take this into production." I said, well, you know, as naive as I was, it's like, no, it's not feasible because it is too costly to have it professionally produced and blah, 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 blah. So in the end, he said, how many do you need to sell for it to be feasible? So I said, now at least 25 to 40 to make it even possible. So he said, just go and do it. I'll make sure you sell 40. Personally, I'll make sure of that. So I said okay. That was the beginning of 2008. So it's like 15 years ago. That's how it started.
Right. That is crazy. So, and just, can you give us like an estimate of how many products are out in the wild right now? If you're willing to do so.
Oh yeah, I think it is like over 10,000.
That is, it's crazy, and it's insane. It's just awesome. And you know, if people, you know, sometimes people talk about product support and all of that. You are super active in the community, and what always strikes me, and this past year again, you're active on Facebook. People ask questions that sometimes deeply technical on a very specific game or a very specific routine, oddball use of the system that no one had ever thought or intended to. You'll respond to that with as much diligence and interest as you do a random question of a person that probably you've answered 500 times before, and you come into that as well. I think it's a testament to you and your humbleness of you know, how you treat people, and I think it's a very big asset. And to me, it feels very much like that is what the Commodore 64 scene was at the very beginning as well. It was a we and not a me type of culture, and you really embrace that even till today, which is quite commendable.
Well, thank you. I take it as a very big compliment, and which is also the reason that I have abstained from other communities, because I do sense that the Commodore community is actually a very friendly community. And since I am combining this with a family life, but also with 4 days a week of an employee, of a job,
Yeah.
Which is which lately has been very, very demanding on yeah, taking a toll on me, to be honest.
Right. Right.
So yeah, I cannot ship like Amazon or you know, those kind of big companies. Sometimes people have to wait a week or 2 weeks before I can even get a shipment together.
Yeah.
And I don't
Well,
have personnel, so
right.
you know, if the community wasn't that friendly, I wouldn't have gotten away with that. I'm very much aware of it.
Yeah, well, I think it's a very grassroots type of movement. That even after all these years, that we always laugh about the pictures that you'll post every now and then of the boxes stacked in the backyard. And I remember last year you said you finally opened up a little tiny office so you at least could pack somewhere else instead of the house. I think what I've really liked about the community is they'll jump in to defend as well. If someone starts complaining or anything, it gets cut short immediately. You'll never have to step in there yourself because others will say, hey, listen, you know, he's a one-man show or it's a one community show. And you know, just be patient. And the whole community knows. And it will get there. They'll just have to be patient.
That's true. On the other hand, sometimes I do feel what people say. It doesn't completely pass me as, and I cannot shrug it off always. And sometimes there are things and I think to myself, yeah, you know, those people are right. Some things have to happen, and sometimes I make promises that in the end turns out I can't keep them.
Gideon, I take it from me.
Yeah,
that lives more in your head than anybody else's. Trust me.
I know.
The community totally understands that, and it's hard. I get it. Your standards that you got for yourself and towards the community are very, very high, but you gotta, I hope you'll continue to make sure that it doesn't overtake some of the fun that you have within this as well, obviously.
No, I think when my job is taking a toll on me, then things get a little bit hard. Then sometimes I just want to just quit.
Yeah, to quit. You quit.
Yeah,
just
I have to quit with something. You know? Yeah, well, not only with my job, but because that gives some kind of stability in my life, to have something that I know what's going to happen.
Right.
But yeah, sometimes I also think to myself, yeah, why am I still doing this with the Commodore thing? Yeah.
Right. This Commodore thing, it's got you hooked, and it's got you hooked since a young age, and there's no escaping from this.
Yeah,
now you got thrown a complete curveball, obviously, because you had a pretty good system in place. You had your main board, and you had the 2+ cartridge.
Right.
And it was a matter of kind of like gauging, production quantities. When do I do a new run? How can I make sure that I finance it without bringing a lot of risk towards myself? And how do I get it out of the door without it becoming a complete nightmare of a job? And how do I kind of balance that? And you had a pretty good balance. And then obviously we had this nightmare called, capacity disruptions. Across the world, and that changed things like completely. It really, and I remember last time we spoke, you gave some examples of some of the component prices on how much they had shot up, but it became even worse after that, because it went to, it doesn't matter how much you pay anymore. It's done. It's gone.
Yeah, for some components that was definitely the case. Most components you could buy, but sometimes at prices like 10 times the or more times the original price. And of course, there's inflation in the world, but but this was really insane. Yeah, you could really see that brokers would just buy whole lots of chips that they could still get, and they would just sell it for 4 or 5 times the price.
Right.
Yeah,
just helping the market.
It's almost a criminal thing, in my opinion. But yeah, that is what business is like. I mean, some people make a living out of that. So
yeah. So Gideon, at some point in time, you decided that this is not looking good, and really what I ought to do is, if I would want to continue to produce a product like this, I would need to basically port this over. And I'm simplifying it for discussion's sake. I got to port this over to different hardware in order to get out of this rat race, because this is just, it's not going to work out. Now, the first question I got, obviously, is at what moment in time did you decide, like, okay, I've hit a point of no return. I got to either now decide to go and invest time and effort into a new product rather than waiting for the market to restore itself.
Well, the idea was a little bit older than the moment that I made the decision, but I had some kind of threshold to overcome for myself, like a mental barrier.
Yeah.
Because like you have a product, you have put a lot of time in it, and then all of a sudden you have to remake it in the same form, in the same shape, with the same function, but you have to basically redo quite a bit of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you have to work, you have to spend a couple of months working on something that you already have. That's no fun.
No.
Yeah. I mean, for some people it might be fun, but I'm the creative kind of person, so it's already a challenge for me to even finish a product. Imagine making it again.
Yeah.
And also finish it again to the end that it can be produced and delivered with up to some kind of quality standard.
Right.
So at a certain point I just had to do that, but I didn't like to do it.
Right. So and I can imagine that. And if I kind of combine thinking how you've been consistently even supporting previous generation products,
right,
which you kind of like backporting and trying to see if you could squeeze in that one more bit to try and have the features, the fun part, the new features be backported to those as well. I can only imagine that at some point in time you're going to have to make the decision, like, do I want to do that one more time? Or again, maybe rather one more time, that maybe, but do I want to do that again, or just say, okay, this is a point where I maybe just stop and not do this? Has that played a role at any moment? Did you make that contemplation of either not going? Because that could be a decision as well. Yeah.
Well, once I decide to do something, I go for it. So that was like February last year in 2022. Yeah. I decided, okay, it's gonna happen, and I'm gonna switch to lattice FPGA Fender.
Yeah.
With all the it's another can of worms that you open, like or spiders or whatever you want to call it, because tools that you don't know, chips that you don't know, all kinds of bugs that come up.
Right.
But in the end, you go for it because you have in some way made yourself a commitment to yourself.
Yeah. So, and to that point, because you bring up an interesting point. Professionally, you work in a similar area, but had not worked on lattice specifically yet. So this was going to be an adventure in any case.
That's right.
So how long did you keep it kind of to yourself that you were looking at this? Because one of the things that you stand out in the community is you are extremely transparent. You're extremely transparent, and a lot of your thoughts you sometimes spill out to the community, and there's a lot of risk with that, because with that you could run the risk of setting a certain expectation. People have often no idea of what it involves to get from A to B. When you think back about that, did you feel like you had a better restraint there, if you will, than you may have had on other topics in the past?
I think you already answered your own question. I think it's just I feel miserably at that, because sometimes it just helps to get your thoughts out. Sometimes even, it happens even at work or at home or wherever you go. When you have an idea and you're not able to share it with anyone, you cannot in some way challenge it. So when I try to spill it out, even if I don't get any sensible responses, I still am able to in some way give it a shape. And just say, okay, what I'm writing now doesn't make sense. I have to I have to change it or whatsoever, or think about it again.
Right.
So it's just it helps me to form my ideas.
It's interesting how you describe this, because you're not describing it as a stick. It's not that the community is the stick to get you going. You are a great self-starter, but it seems to kind of give you input to your almost like creative process, if you will.
Yeah. The community does help because the community gives me a sense of what's important and what's less important.
Right.
And in that sense, I can definitely build on the community feedback.
Right. Now, so when you set out for a journey like this, can you give us a bit of a context? Because we will have a few, but it's only going to be a few people that are this deep in this type of design. Can you give us a bit of a feel of what a starting point looks like and what you're trying to lift and shift here? So, and let me try and provide a little bit more context here. People may think we will have a lot of software people. The vast majority of the world these days is drag and drop, and maybe some people actually work in real languages and have compiles and all of that, and kind of think, okay, if I need to go to another platform, I recompile, set some flags, and here I am. And then, you know, the base assumption is that you have a source code that is extremely well documented as well. Can you talk a little bit about about this process, your starting point, and I'm not trying to guide you a certain way, but you get what I'm saying.
Right. Okay. Well, I have to give some background information in that sense because the company that I work for, we also use different FPGA vendors. So two of them I'm familiar with, and the other one not. And Lattice is something that we didn't do in our company. But because we support different FPGAs, I'm used to writing FPGA code that is portable to a big extent. Now, it is not entirely so because there are always device-specific elements in a chip, like PLLs and some I/O. And if you want to have DDR2 memory or DDR3 memory, you have to run I/Os pretty fast. So all the timing and the different phases of the clocks and everything that is very device-specific. But on the other hand, the majority of the code is rather portable.
Okay.
So that is for the ultimate specific parts, the emulation of the drive, the 6502, you know, all the kind of stuff that you need. However, there is also, from a software point, there is an application CPU in the ultimate that runs the menu and that takes care of the Ethernet and those kind of things, the USB. And that application processor was vendor locked to Altera or Intel.
Okay. Yeah.
So you have to in some way replace that with another CPU.
Yeah.
And if you replace the CPU, you also have to dig through all the dependencies that the system has on the CPU.
Right.
So to make it a little bit easy for myself, I switched to RISC-V. And RISC-V is a very well supported CPU in the world, and there are many FPGA implementations. So I picked one that I thought was very good quality from a German guy, which is actually also very nice, very supportive, and has extremely good documentation of his CPU.
Yeah.
So I ported the software to that, and I prototyped it on the Ultimate 64. Seemed to work. I had to do some interrupts and things like that. That was all kind of, a little bit different.
Right.
But in the end, it compiled and it started to run a little bit. So I thought, okay, this can work. So then you get to polish it and to get it to work better. So yeah, that's what I did, basically.
When you think about that process, from a milestone perspective, what are the milestones that are like a drag versus which ones are the ones that give you energy? Because that's kind of like, because there's a lot of grunt work in it, just the hard works, going through the mud, getting it to that phase. But what are the phases that for you like start bringing like, okay, now here's a spark, this energizes me?
Well, the CPU was one thing that was that gave me a lot of energy.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of energy. It gave me more energy than the other things. Yeah, because it almost ran out of the box.
Yeah. Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah. I found 2 bugs in the CPU that I
Yeah.
was able to also document and communicate with the maker of the CPU, and he fixed it overnight.
Okay.
So that was like gave me such a great feeling of you know, like working together on something.
Yeah. Yeah.
He
Yeah.
was very thankful that I was able to actually provide a case and like, okay, when you do this, this is what happens, this is what I expect, and
Yeah.
yeah. Those are pretty deep things, like when interrupts are happening together with something else, and yeah,
Right.
it was a little bit of a race condition somewhere.
Right.
But yeah, it got fixed and it was stable, and yeah, with all the headaches that I had so many headaches with with the Ultimate 2, which was still based on Xilinx.
Yeah.
It ran on a clone of Microblaze.
Okay.
And Xilinx provides a compiler for Microblaze.
Yeah.
And honestly, the code that the Xilinx Microblaze compiler emits is just complete crap.
Yeah.
The Microblaze compiler is so incredibly buggy that is unbelievable that they even dare to have it as a product in the market. I spent literally hours on this, on the Ultimate 2. It was really horrendous.
Yeah, I now remember you complaining on the Facebook about it as well, about
Yeah.
the anxious to just get it to run, just the basics, really.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. In the end, I even had some Python scripts that would go through the binary that was emitted just to search for patterns that were not good that I had seen before. So yeah, that's crazy. So I switched to Altera, and Altera comes with Neos 2, which is also a soft-core processor, and that runs out of the box just fine, stable, no problems, compiler perfect, you know. So that was already like a big relief. So I really was dreading the moment of switching back to yet another CPU, because I was like, okay, what are we going to get? What kind of troubles are we going to get into? Or what kind of troubles am I getting myself into, rather?
Yeah.
But it was yeah, because the compiler for RISC-V is used all over the world. It was quite good, actually.
That's a huge headache gone indeed that way.
The only drawback is that I had to support 3 CPUs for the Ultimate 2, the Microblaze, for the Ultimate 2 Plus, the Neos, and for the 2 Plus L, the RISC-V. So it's like, maybe we can port back the RISC-V to the Ultimate 2. That would really be so great to get rid of that Microblaze once and for all.
Right.
And that is something that I did this year. So I ported back the RISC-V to Ultimate 2, and didn't fit in the FPGA.
Oh my goodness.
So I wrote my own RISC-V core in about 2 weeks, and yeah, that was another high. That was something that I really got a lot of energy from.
I bet.
Yeah, this is great. This is really nice.
So you're back now essentially to 2 cores, or 2 cores, or 2 systems that you're still, you know, supporting, because I think you've made some announcement on that first version of the Ultimate, where you said, you know, it's starting to get to a point now where it's becoming harder to backport certain features to it. What's the status there? But because I know you'd like to, you know, support that product until the end of time, and perhaps even longer, just because of the technical challenge, or because you're a bit crazy, or, you know, feel like people bought something and you owe it to them, or I don't know what it is. Where's your head at with that one?
I think it is. There are about 3,000 Ultimate 2s out there in the field.
Yeah.
I think the majority of those have been replaced by the Ultimate 2 Plus by the users. They eventually bought the 2 Plus as well.
Yeah.
So maybe there are, I don't know, maybe 1,000 people or so left, or less. I have never really counted that still use the Ultimate 2.
Right.
And I think it is nice to if it is technically possible, why not? You know, it is just.
Is that the creative challenge? That's the creative. Like
I think so.
Yourself, I can do it.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense. So to that exact point, because there was a reason for that question, is you're in a way you're a one-man show. You're the judge and the jury of this product. So once you went to this new fancy processor, this FPGA, how do you restrain yourself from, well, I could tag on this and there's something new there? How do you kind of like block yourself? No, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a copy paste and not think about all these other interesting things I might be able to do that I couldn't do on the previous one.
That's a very nice question. When I went from Altera to the Lattice version, because that is what you're referring at, right?
Exactly. Yep.
Okay, but that was very easy. I didn't want to make another enclosure, a plastic enclosure.
That's awesome.
And I didn't want to make another plastic injection mold.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, it has to be the same shape, the same connectors in the same location.
Oh, I love it.
So yeah, that kind of sets the context.
That is so smart. And because you probably had stacks and stacks of them still laying around. Plus, you remember all the horrors of trying to create another expensive injection mold.
I didn't really have that many lying around, but I have a solid supply for them.
Yeah.
And it costs a lot of time to make a design for it. So I was like, if I can skip that part, then at least I can.
That's
yeah.
That's
and I just wanted to continue the same product basically. So
no, and how difficult? So, and to that point, because so basically you've got on a breadboard, if you will, you've got an up and running version that's from a functionality point of view, feature comparable to your previous product. Now, obviously, that now needs to be, molded into the cartridge, fitting into the case that you got, and basically provide the same experience as your previous product. How difficult was it to then go from your proof of concept to an actual board that needs to be mass produced? Because it had been quite a while you had to design for that, because your last one had been running for a few years by then. That's a completely new PCB layout, right?
Basically, I got it to work on my own prototype. I didn't have an evaluation board or anything to get it to run. So I first made the layout. I first had the prototype made.
No way. You started from the back to the front. If
that is how it's called, I don't know.
Yeah, so you started with the end product and then basically created it on basis of the PCB of the end product. That's basically what you're saying, right?
That is correct. Yeah.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah. Now, of course, like I told you, the CPU I prototyped it on the Ultimate 64, so I ported the CPU on the Altera, so that was doable. So I could test the software and stuff like that. But what I didn't have is a board with the DDR2 memory on the Lattice. I just didn't have it, so I had to make a board with the DDR2 memory on it. So I just decided to make the board just in the shape that it had to be, and just had some prototypes made and just went to test it.
That is crazy. Now
and that was the hardest part, actually, to get the memory to work.
Is that so?
Yeah, that was really, really tough. It took me 2 months or so.
It took you 2 months. And so can I ask you, the end result of that, did you have to end up with trickery to get that work? Or are you still within, let's say, the expected specs of how to design this? Or did you have to go really to kind of like embedded trickery towards the FPGA in order to get it to work in the same way and respond in the same way as your previous iteration?
I had to write my own memory controller. That's for one. I had to get down to all the details of the IOs of the lattice chip to get it to run at 400 mega transfers per second,
Right.
which the Ultimate 2 Plus L does. It's a little bit faster than the Ultimate 2.
Yeah.
2 Plus, sorry. But the issue was the documentation of the lattice primitives, the primitives that exist on the silicon. But in the end, yeah, I just got it to work most of the time. I'm still with lattice. This is not about the memory controller, but I had to do some dynamic tuning of the clocks to get it to work. So that is the trickery that is in there. When the Ultimate 2 Plus L boots, it some way moves the clock edges until it finds a point that it works.
Right.
But that is not that special because other chips also do that. So it is, yeah, you compensate for variations in the process and the speed of the chip. But the real trick is that the tools, the lattice tools, also sometimes emit an FPGA bit file that doesn't work.
Okay.
And I'm still in a support case with lattice to figure that out. They have already issued some patches that I could try and everything but it's still not solved.
Okay.
So once it's running, but the initial state is wrong. So imagine that, for example, there's a drive in there, right? A drive emulation.
Yeah.
And in the drive emulation, there's a block which does the Western Digital floppy controller that exists in the 71 and the 81, the 15 gigabytes. So my emulation block of that just starts up with a command already queued, which is wrong. And it
would be no need for it.
No, it shouldn't. I mean, there's a reset signal, and the reset signal should flush everything. You know, it starts. The reset signal causes a design to go to a known state.
Yeah.
And when it boots up, the reset comes along. It becomes active. I can verify that. Yeah. And after the reset, there's already a command in the queue. And in simulation, there isn't.
Oh God. Yeah.
Even more so if I make a model, because if you build your FPGA, you can extract a model and simulate the model again after the tools have done their job. Yeah. It also doesn't happen. Yeah. But on the hardware, it does.
Oh, great! Try and figure that out. Yeah.
That's not great. That is horrific.
But so you basically become like a live bug solver and tester for the lattice folks with some of this stuff.
No, yeah, I'm not the only one. I think that's a pretty common thing.
Sure.
A lot of FPGA designers run into small issues, and that is what the support line is for. Yeah. But they took it seriously. So it is.
So and to that point, that's a good one indeed. So they're starting to provide patches here already. How's Lattice been as a supplier and as a supporter to people like yourself? What's your general impression so far?
I find it a very difficult question because to be honest, Yuri, I am just very insignificant for them and for any other FPGA vendor. Yeah. The only thing that helps me in this regard is that I can say that I am like an FPGA technology manager for a little bit bigger company.
Pull that card. Yeah, pull that card.
I pull that card and then I say I have been developing for 25 years and I run into issues. I've tried everything. I really need your help. And then they say, okay, you probably know what you're doing. And
and then they can spend time. All right, so a similar experience as you would have had with the other parties in the past as well, is what you're saying. You kind of got to find a way to convince them that you're supposed to be taken seriously and you know what you're talking about and you've really tried this and this is something worth looking at for them because it's a true bug. Got it. So then you got this thing working, you've got your first prototypes working, you're getting to a stage like, okay, it is now it's ready to start getting produced. Was the production company that you've been using, the external parties that you've been using to create your previous products, I think I understood that you stayed with them for this product as well, right?
Yeah, the same
Okay.
company that also run the Ultimate 64 board.
Right. But of course, they've been running the previous version with the test rig and all of that. I think a lot of people don't realize that, you know, if you create PCBs, you know, they don't come all to your house, or not supposed to come to your house, and you test them one by one. They are supposed to do something in the factory so that when the product comes in, you know, it's ready to rock and roll. I think that didn't quite work out the way you had hoped to initially, did it?
No, I didn't.
So tell us a little bit about what the plan was, what happened, and kind of how you kind of got to some creative solutions that you've come up with, and where it ended up with as well, because
It's a little bit sad that I forgot to bring it back home, because the tester, I have a couple of them. One of them is actually at work, at my office at where I work, because I gave a presentation on it also to my colleagues. The factory tester is actually a whole product in itself. It has at least the complexity of the board that is to be tested. I know that is not exactly true, but it is from a creation point of view. It takes a lot of time to create it.
Right.
Especially because you have to start basically from scratch to write the test software and the scripts and all those kind of things. Yeah, I thought it was ready, and it was ready to be used. So it was there at the company where they assembled, and yeah, they just didn't get it to run. So they just gave up after one day of trying. A little bit too fast, I must say. It's like, okay, you know, those are starting problems. You know, it always happens.
Right.
But they didn't want to test it anymore, so they just sent the tester back, and yeah.
So what happens at a moment like that then? Did they produce a short run of boards? The tester couldn't work, and then they just stopped producing boards? Or do they give you the option of what do you want to do? Do you want to continue to run without testing them, or what decisions are you having to make at a moment like that?
I asked them to do that, but they didn't.
To continue to run. You asked them to continue to run.
No, I asked them to make to reduce the risk and run maybe 100 or 200 boards max.
Okay.
Because it's when the damage is when those boards cannot be used at all, then it's a damage, but it is somehow
the risk of doing business, if you will.
The risk of doing business will cost quite a bit of money, but okay, that can still be tolerated.
Right.
But they run the SMD, so the surface mount components for all the 1,000 boards already.
Oh my goodness.
So including the FPGAs and everything. So it's like,
the most expensive part on the board.
Most expensive parts were already on there. So I thought, you know what, then place the connectors also, because those are not cost drivers. So just finish them and just send them to me.
So you ended up with a run of 1,000.
Yeah, the first batch was 1,000.
No way.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So what then?
I had to test them here at home.
Okay, so of all the craziness that we've had so far, everybody knows the story about the boxes and all of that. But now, to top it off, you get a box full, several boxes, I would presume, of 1,000 units that you're going to have to test by hand.
Yeah, on the factory tester, of course.
Sure, but in a non-factory type of setup.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, that must have been a fun few evenings.
Oh, lovely. Yeah. I'm looking back on that with so much fun. That is,
So when you started using your own tester on that, typically, I presume it's like a Pogo type of setup testing environment.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Okay, so you literally was it at the end a hardware fix or software fix that you had to do to get the tester to work properly?
The biggest problem was actually that the boards were dirty.
No way. Oh, so they just didn't come in clean enough. So despite the fact that the pogo pins, which are basically spring pins, are connecting, they just weren't making sufficient electrical contact.
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
And yeah, the number of pins is a little bit high for such a board. I think it was like 40 or 50 pins.
Okay.
Because everything is measured, all the voltages and currents and stuff like that are measured and put into a database, so that over a whole run, I also know what the spread is and what the risk is.
Okay.
But basically, I was just here with a bowl of isopropyl alcohol.
Yeah.
And a toothbrush.
So with IPA, scrubbing pads.
Yeah, just scrubbing the board and just I had all the time because it takes 2 minutes per board to run it. So I just unpack the next one and just scrub it, and then when it's done, it just put a new one.
Gideon, you know what's interesting? If you have the time, you should watch live or do the replay on the Keycap campaign with Jim. I'll do that interview later. He's got a story similar to yours of manual labor. Oh my goodness, this is nuts. That must have taken you weeks and weeks and weeks to get through that, because that's, because you still will have to, do them one by one. There is no shortcut to that.
I must say that my wife has been very supportive. So she has done a couple of hundred, I think 200 or 300 of them. Yeah.
I hear analogies in another story there. That's fantastic. So at the end, once you took out kind of the dirty boards, if you will, was the base design right? So in other words, you didn't throw away 1,000 times the cost of making the board and the components.
They were okay.
They were okay.
Yeah, basically the prototypes that I had made, there was just like two things that I had to change. That's all.
Okay.
So the prototypes were all nearly perfect.
Okay. And on the first run of 1,000, you didn't have to do any resoldering or bridges or anything like that?
No patches. No patches. Okay. There are some boards that didn't pass. I just put them aside, and I just thought to myself, well, too bad.
Right. Okay.
No time to investigate.
So where you're at now with this device? Were you able to get cleaner boards for the next run, or did you change the tester, or what? Are you still doing them by hand right now?
I built another tester, like a tester V2, basically, which is the same but mechanically better. Okay. And I chose another company.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, because in the end, it took them 6 months for my order to be done. Okay. 6 months, and they already had all the components on stock because I purchased them. Yeah. Because I made the design based on everything that I could buy. Yeah. And I sent them the components. They made the prototypes, and it took me, I think, 2 months or so for the prototypes to run. Yeah, basically the memory controller that was giving me a headache. Right. And then after that, I just told them, okay, go ahead, just produce them. Okay. And it took them 6 months. Wow. And I was really, it was really an unpleasant surprise that it took so long. They had all kind of excuses. Now there's another company that has a higher priority and blah, blah, blah. And we are understaffed, and we have a new S&D line, and we have this and that. And I can be very patient. Yeah. But to some point, I was like, this is it's a lot of money, product, outstanding. Plus, you've worked really hard to get to a certain point, and then for another one to just sit around, if you will, and sit on it. Yeah. That must be a lot of people a lot of people that had pre-ordered it had to wait really like a couple of months, sometimes even up to a year, and it could have been a lot shorter if the production company had just hurried up a little bit more. Right. And I had to close last year with a loss.
Yeah.
financially also,
Yeah,
because there was nothing to sell.
Yeah. And you had taken an enormous, I remember from speaking to you in the past, you've always been very balanced in, you know, how many do I order for a next batch and all of that to make sure that, you know, that this is, you know, net positive and at least not a negative type of commercial operation, and to close it at a net loss. That's not cool, especially if it's completely outside your control.
It's not cool. The batch was not a loss, but the year was a loss. So all the investments that had to be done, and the rent of the office and all those kind of things. That,
Right.
there was nothing
So
to
the
sell.
next batch has been done. The next batch has been done with another company. They are now running all future batches as well. Is that kind of how it's set up?
Yeah, I think they will, because they run the first batch, they ran the tests, and they sent me 500 tested boards.
Okay. All right. That's
within 6 weeks.
Okay. So now what's interesting is obviously it looks like you haven't made any changes yet on the backend process. You're still having you're still packing yourself, all of that. Kind of the post PCB process is still very much the same as it has been in the past.
Basically, yeah, because it is so ad hoc. The packing, it goes in batches, and then 2 weeks nothing, and then you know,
Right.
it is not a continuous process.
Right.
If I have to hire people, that would give me more headache than it will actually solve.
Okay. I get it.
Yeah, so finally, again, my wife has been doing more lately. So she is now in some way, she knows how to pack, what to pack. Sometimes I have to help a little bit with printing the address stickers and those kind of things, but in the end, she does the majority of the packing. And that's great, because yeah, a lot of things have to be done still when we pack. What a lot of people don't realize is that we assemble them before we pack. So we have boards, we have cases, but the cases also need to be equipped with the speaker. The cases also have to be equipped with light pipes, you know, those transparent things. They have to be glued. The glue has to dry. So and then they have to be assembled, to be screwed. They get a serial number sticker and etc.
It's become a whole family affair. Eh? It's a whole you know, it's favorite things to do on a rainy Sunday.
Yeah, there are more fun things to do. But yeah.
So
okay,
look,
I think we've been living a similar life.
Sorry, what?
We've been living a similar life.
Yeah, is that so?
Involved doing my friend and doing keycap checking and all that stuff. Yeah, I've been listening for your interview. I'm like, man, that's just exactly what I've been doing.
It is. It's a whole family affair. That's exactly. So Gideon, on the L version now, from a feature point of view, someone that has the L and has the previous two plus feature version were the same. There's no reason to start buying the new one. If you've got that one, you basically have the same product, and the insides are different. But other than that, you wouldn't notice. You wouldn't notice, other than gremlins can come up in firmware bugs with specific piece of software or something like it. You know, like anyone would expect.
They're supposed to be the same.
So that leaves you at a point now where, other than bug fixing, your mind is allowed to, you know, also think about other stuff, the creative part of your mind. So how is that part going? Is that part, you know, just doing other stuff, real life stuff, non-Commodore stuff, or where you at with that?
I would like to do another exercise that I have done with the cartridge, and that is with the Ultimate 64 board. But and I have already announced that I will do it because it's on the website. You can pre-order it. But I have really, I must say, all the issues and the work and the packing and the testing and everything, it has slowed me down so much that I have not even been able to do a lot of development or anything. Okay. And that bothers me, because that is the fun part, you know?
Yes. Yeah. And, you know, I think to that point, the community has been patient, and the community can be patient. And you know, and we're getting to the tail end of this. I really, because it's very easy to focus on customer satisfaction and trying to, oh, these people are waiting and this and that and the other. This machine has now existed for almost 40 years. I've waited a good 30 years for, you know, a proper cartridge to come to light. You know, I'm pretty sure I can wait not a few years for something else. You know, I really, you know, it's all about David always says, you know, it's all having fun in the right way. And as soon as it becomes a job, then that fun part is gone, and that should never take over. And no matter how, you know, how responsible you feel for the satisfaction of others and all of that. So, you know, we have a patient community, and we have a large community that will help and guide the people that are not as patient. You know, and you should rely on that a little bit as well. You've just finished a monumental large step in creating product contingency. You know, maybe it's time to kind of just allow yourself a little bit, you know, of the fun time as well, and other things will just have to wait a little bit. That's fine. You know, that's, if people want to pay premium prices on the eBay because they have no patience, they can always do that.
Yeah,
you know,
they
I've got
can
a
do
few
that.
of your product, and if someone's crazy enough and they want to pay kick-ass crazy money, I'll donate to a good cause. How about that? You know, but
Well, that is cool. That's cool. But yeah, you know what? Like you said, you asked me in the beginning, what do you get your energy from, and what costs energy? And the balance is has been gone a little bit the last 2 years by the component shortage and the redesign and stuff like that. So sometimes it is not always that much fun anymore.
right.
But yeah, these kind of interviews and the positive feedback and those kind of things, they do help, really.
I hope they do. Gideon, I just got to say, I'm so grateful that you made time for us again. I'm grateful to the way that you conduct business, the transparency towards the community. I learned from that. I gotta say, your post, it's always like, it's so interesting to see how you just expose it all. This is like what is going on. This is what it is. And it's really heartwarming to see the community as well. This is how I remember my early Commodore days, where it was a we and not a me culture. I've seen it with Jim Drew's Keycap campaign as well. Freaking 164 messages he sent to the community. The time he spent on that is inordinate. It makes absolutely no financial sense. And I know it's the same with you. If you're going to count this in hours, working at Appie, I think they called it Appie back in the day, the supermarket, would probably financially more beneficial than what you've been doing. And I think a lot of people underestimate the love and care that people have for a community and for something that's bigger than themselves. And, you know, so hey, kudos to you for that, Gideon. And I hope, when we get to invite you again for next year, that we're going to be able to talk about a cool piece of that you have been able to do, just like you've been able to do this year. And that we get that big smile again, and we see just a community that's been rallying around you, man.
Sounds interesting. Yeah, I would love that. But yeah, let's see. I must say my work has been more demanding lately, and yeah, it is sometimes hard to combine. So I have to make choices at a certain point. Yeah. But I still would like to finish what I promised. Yeah. So,
and it's frustrating. I think especially the situation that we're in now with all these employees trying to kind of peak demands and putting peak demands on their employees as well. It leaves less time for the hobby stuff, but it feeds the family, so it's important. It's important that you take it very seriously.
That's right.
And then maybe some, events like these, can give some energy back to us, to ourselves, but also to others as well, to kind of make it through the week as well. Let's not forget that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just
Gideon.
I just have to let that sink in a little bit.
Yeah,
It-
for me personally, you're talking about it's basically a struggle where you want to work on your stuff, but you've got other priorities, and it makes the other priorities much easier when you've got such burnout from doing things that you don't want to have to do, really. And I got that way. I mean, pandemic, I think a lot of people in the world got that way in general, but with the part shortages and all the drama with supply chain issues, your manufacturer issues. I had the same problem with circuit boards as well. Suddenly you couldn't get boards produced because of whatever, reason. So that whole thing, when that happens, it sure makes it easier to do something else. So it's a passion of my friends and doing CRX and stuff that actually keep me going in all this as well. So we're hoping that we can keep you going as well.
You sure do a great job. Yeah. So, and the people in Facebook are also very supportive, and the people that I speak on speak with on other channels or other means of communication, they're usually kind of supportive. So yeah.
Good. Gideon, I know it's 11 p.m. on a Friday. I think I understood that you're going to be on the road again tomorrow, but a little bit farther away. I hope that works out.
Yeah. I hope so too.
I wish you a safe drive with the family. Thank the family as well for allowing you to have some time with us. Steal you for an hour there. Thank you. Thank you again. Thanks for what you do for the community. Thanks a lot for making the time here. And we'll be seeing you. I will be seeing you soon again.
Well, thank you very much for this very nice interview and giving me a spark of energy for continuing doing some cool stuff.
All well deserved. Thanks so much.
Take care, Gideon.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Hi. That was Gideon. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that we had him on again. And
now we've got Matt.
I think we got Matt on as well.
Matt.
I was just trying to ping Matt. I'm world's worst multitasker, by the way. I just, remember NT, Windows NT we're old enough for that, brought preemptive multitasking. I was thinking back then, I could remember back then, I can't even do normal multitasking, let alone preemptive multitasking. I'm never going to need these famous last words. I'm never going to need the features of Windows NT.
Have you seen the streamers that can play a game at a high level competitively with people, doing a live chat, reading the chat that's happening and responding to people in real time and switching between cameras? It's
I cannot do it. I cannot do it. Matt, I'm wondering if 100 years from now, we're going to figure out that those people might have been actually robots.
Maybe, but I think they were born into it,
because...
They grew up in that world of multitasking and they just do it better than we do, waiting for our discs to load.
That's true. So we have Matt Demicco. Demicco is correct, isn't it?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay.
How you doing, everyone? Great to be here.
So Matt, you run a YouTube channel and it's called Retro Bits. And I was talking with my clan earlier and I do not remember how I first came in contact with you. But it's been a while now, since I think the beginning of your YouTube channel.
Yeah, pretty early on. I'm not sure how we met specifically, but early on in the channel, I did a review of the Y modem and Y modem 232.
Yeah, I remember that. So
you probably saw that.
Maybe maybe that's when we first connected then.
I think so.
You've been doing it for a while. So I really wanted to talk to people because a lot of people talk about YouTube and Commodore products and all this stuff. And we had Dimitri's, which ran a YouTube channel. In fact, he had maybe a few thousand people at most when he started, and now he's 700,000 or some crazy number of subscribers. So, but we haven't had him on because he's been busy. And so I thought it'd be great to have you on because you're in our lane of things, and maybe you can explain, how did you got into YouTube and why you picked the things that you do for your reviewing and such. And I just basically give the floor to you to, to say, hey, this is what I've done. This is why I did it. I mean, I know it was the pandemic time, so maybe that had something to do with it as well. So
Absolutely, that
give you the floor.
100%. Okay, great. So let's start with the first question you asked. How did I guess I get started? And you're right, it was a pandemic thing. I had up till COVID-19 and the lockdowns, had been engaged in a completely different hobby. I really wasn't into retro at that time, or I had just kind of dipped my feet into it.
Oh,
But the hobby that I was into at that time basically shut down, and it wasn't possible to do it anymore for a while. So while I was stuck inside, I needed an excuse to do something with my time. I like to keep busy. I like to do things. And so I had maybe one or two Commodores at that point. I had just kind of dipped my feet into it, like I said, and I was getting more and more into retro. I just was finding out the breadth and depth of the community and how many people were developing software and new products for all of these vintage computers. And I said, you know what? This would be a great opportunity to not only explore all the stuff that other people are doing, and let's circle back around to that, because I'm just amazed by the developers in this community. But and it also gives me an opportunity to try out all of the different systems that I never did when I was growing up. I mean, I was aware of a lot of them, but I grew up in a smaller town in Maine, and we had people who were into computers and gaming and the BBS scene and everything, but it wasn't huge. So a lot of stuff kind of flew under my radar, and I said, yeah, this would be a perfect opportunity to get some exposure to all the stuff I never did before. And it also is a great opportunity to justify buying some of that stuff, to collect it. So I kind of shifted gears, and I got more and more into checking out all of these other machines, systems, and all of the things that people have been building for them. So really, that's how I got started. I just had a lot of time on my hands.
I just got to laugh. See, I got to smile because look at your background there. And everybody that watches your videos knows that that's a small sampling of what you've been collecting. You really went pro on collecting.
Yeah, I went hard right off the bat. Yeah, like I said, I had an excuse. I made a justification to do it. Yeah, everything that I've either serviced or fixed or is like fully functional kind of goes on display if there's a spot for it. So pretty much everything back there you've probably seen in a video.
Right.
And then there's a pile of stuff that is waiting to be fixed, or things that I've
Right.
acquired, and that kind of dovetails into how I decide what to do next. And we'll come back to that too. But yeah, it's for sure. It's, like I said, great opportunity. Yeah, I need more space. It's become a problem. It's a real problem.
I can imagine.
You're not alone,
I got
buddy.
exposed to your channel. I remember you had somehow Craigslist yourself a collection somewhere, and
The Toronto
and
estate sale.
found a way to have your sis not only pick it up but store it in her house. And I remember she
Yeah.
had to move, and then you did this road trip video, and I was thinking like, oh, she's gonna be welcoming him with open arms for
Yeah.
multiple reasons.
Yeah, she was up there all alone for years during the pandemic, because
Yeah.
they'd closed the borders, and the whole family, of course, lives in the States. So that was really tough for her. But yeah, also having all that stuff. Now I would do that every week if I could. That was an amazing haul, an amazing find, and I just had the greatest time going through all that stuff. And I would do it again and again. But you do not find hauls like that very often.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
that doesn't happen very often.
Yeah.
So at what moment in time, because obviously there is a difference between deciding that you need a hobby to display something you can't do during a pandemic versus to then say, okay, I'm going to create a YouTube channel and start sharing that with the world, because that, you got to have a little bit of the personality to put yourself out there, and B, that typically opens up a whole can of other worms when it comes to equipment and seeing yourself back on video and trying like, okay, and
Yeah.
the production quality of your videos is very, very
Top-notch.
Well,
like
thank you.
that's
Thank you.
no joke. That you can see that there's a love and time put in there that is exceptional.
Well, I appreciate that. So when I decided to start YouTube, it almost didn't happen. I was on the fence about it. I'm really camera shy, and even doing this makes me very nervous. I'm not natural in front of a camera, and I didn't really want to be in front of a camera. But at the same time, I was watching a lot of YouTube channels on retro tech, and a lot of what I saw informed how I got my start. I said, I like that. I like that. I like that. I like what they're doing there. Maybe I'll try and replicate that. It was a challenge to myself. I said, can I do this? And can I do it at, I want to come out of the gate swinging. I want to come out of the gates with a high production value based on, some of the other successful channels and what they're doing. And I'm going to try and emulate that and then build from there. Always improve a little bit at a time. And I really don't know what pushed me over the edge, because I was teetering on, should I do it? Should I not? Should I do it? Should I not? I think it was simply, I had so much time on my hands during the lockdowns. And I said, yeah, I should do it. And I started out with a very basic equipment. I was using my gaming headset and the microphone for that. And so the sound quality wasn't very good. And then I got a $15 wired lav mic. So I was tripping over it every time I was working at my workbench. It would get tangled up in my feet. It would pull the camera over. It was just, basic stuff. It sounded better, but it was just it's a mess of wires everywhere.
Right.
So, and slowly I got one of those Rode wireless mics that, lets you move around freely, which was amazing. That was really good. I'm still using the very first camera that I ever got. It's a Canon EOS M50. It's a vlogging camera. I do everything in 1080p. I'm not into 4K yet. So, I don't have, nothing's high-end equipment. It's all kind of basic stuff you could find on eBay. And I slowly accumulated it over the years. And I'm happy with the equipment. Really what matters is, you can start with a cell phone. The cameras in modern cell phones are so good that you can make an entire YouTube channel with just a cell phone, and you can do a voiceover later. Right. So it doesn't take fancy equipment, and it's just a matter of how much effort you want to put into it, and in post-production too. Recording the voiceovers if you want to do it that way. Yeah.
So Matt, so your channel has grown quite a bit, and it's interesting. Kind of, I see you more and more being pulled into with some of the other known parties as well. I really like what you did the other day with the sponsor event, where several of the YouTubers came for a good cause, came together.
The charity event,
24-hour session in the UK. I thought that was really cool. How do you kind of feel about that? From making that decision, like, let's put something on YouTube and let's try and do it to the best of my ability from a production quality, to now actually being part of, some of these people that actually you probably used as the template for this.
Well, it's, I'm still a small channel. I've still got a long ways to grow. And it takes time. It's not, there's no like explosive exponential curve unless you go viral. So it's very linear growth. But it's interesting having transitioned from a channel that had, it takes a while to get up to the first 1,000 subscribers. And then, it takes time to get to 10,000. And then you're growing and you're like, okay, well, I'm kind of a medium small channel now. And that's cool. I like it. Here's the thing though. And this came up during that charity live stream. The subscription, the number of subscribers you have really is a vanity number, because it doesn't really have anything to do with the number of views that you get. And one reason for that, in my case, is that I have sort of a bifurcated audience. I've done a lot of Commodore stuff, and I've done some modern stuff with FPGAs and things like that. And the two audiences don't necessarily watch all the content. Right.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you go all the way from Mister to the Acorn to the Commodore. You have a pretty broad set of topics that you're trying to cover, indeed.
Yeah, but so I like to jump around. I like to work on whatever I feel like at the moment. But in terms of the community, the retro community has been just so great and so welcoming. The retro YouTubers, they're always willing to help you out, give you some advice. I've loved meeting people at VCF. Met both of you guys for the first time just a couple weeks ago at VCF, and I came home with a present as well. So like y'all, so like everybody pretty much. So, but it's going to those events and meeting people has been really great, talking to other creators and picking their brains. And it's been a challenge and it's been a learning process. And that's what we love to do, right? We love to keep learning things and trying new stuff. And YouTube is just, it's a new thing. It's just a new thing to try. It's a new challenge. And yeah, it's been great.
So Matt, are you, I remember when we spoke to Dimitris years ago, his ambition was indeed to eventually go pro on that. He had a real plan set up for that as well. Is that something you aspire? Is that something where you say, well, no, then I really want to keep it like this? Or what's your vision on your channel?
Yeah, it's a great question. For me, this is really just a hobby to do for fun. And I thought at one point that, yeah, I'd like to see where this goes and if I could make a living out of it. And then it came to the point where I would have to churn out a video a week and to make it worthwhile. And to do that, you have to sometimes you have to take on topics or put something out before you're ready to do so. I want to take the time and even with the once every 2 week schedule, sometimes I have to cut something short. I just don't have enough time to explore the subject as much as I want, or edit it as well as I want it to, or include as many chapters. So I prefer to take the slow approach and just work on it until, you know, I feel like it's ready. And I've been trying to hit that once every 2 weeks target. But if you look at some of the YouTubers out there, let's take rising star David Lovett from Usagi Electric. If you guys haven't seen his stuff, it's amazing stuff. He's like clockwork. Every Sunday he puts out a release, and it's high quality release. If you look at Adrian's Digital Basement, he's a juggernaut in this or growing juggernaut in this small retro community. He puts out at least 2 videos a week, one on his main channel, one on a secondary channel a week, where I'm doing a quarter of that much. So I'm never going to be putting out that kind of content at that pace, and I'm just going to keep it, you know, keep it fun, you know, keep it fun.
So to that point, Matt, you're because you're you like to do research, and you like to put the bar pretty high. I like how you said Adrian will let the camera roll. There's no such things as outtakes or anything. He'll just, you know, you'll see it all. Yours are clearly, I don't know if you script everything. Can you talk a little bit about that process on the way, because it's definitely different.
Yeah, absolutely. So Adrian's setup is such that he's got everything feeding into OBS with an overhead camera, you know, kind of like that. And, you know, he's got his live camera, and you know the PC's got the virtual bench or whatever it's called on there, and so he's able to record it all in kind of one shot, and then fix everything and edit. So he edits so well that you don't know it's edited. But coming back to what I do, yes, it's all very highly scripted. Originally it was 100% scripted with 100% voiceover. Over time I got more comfortable talking while I was working. I'm still not good at that, but I've been making a conscious mental effort to be able to talk to the camera while I work. And that, while it may not be as, you know, concise and accurate, when I do that, it saves so much time in edit. So my process is basically, I start with research. I start with bullet points, and I outline a script, and I put down all the things that I've researched, all the things I want to show people. Then I start refining it to, I want to get this shot, I want to get this shot, I want to have these chapters, and then I kind of move all the bullet points around to the chapters, and then I start filming. Once I have a good idea of what it is, kind of start to finish, I'm going to do, and that gets refined over the course of filming. You know, something will come up, and I'll learn something new, or some new research will happen, and then I start to edit it from start to finish. And I will do this. This is time consuming, but I will do temporary voiceovers. I found that if you record voiceover in the morning and the afternoon, or on Monday and Tuesday, it just doesn't sound the same.
Yeah, they're all different.
Yeah, it's completely different. And if you have a cut from one scene to another and your voice changes, that's not cool. So I do temporary voiceover all the way through my edit process. And then at the end, I swing back and I re-record the entire thing start to finish at the end, so that it's consistent. Yeah.
So that That's amazing. Can I just ask you, so your latest video, by the way, a fun video, and we'll get to the topic on it as well. The Commodore 64 is the best computer, changed my mind.
Oh yeah,
It's a
yeah.
5-minute 44 video, 5 minutes 44 seconds. Blow our minds. How many hours have gone into that?
Okay,
Yeah.
so it doesn't look like, it's not a long video. It doesn't look like there's much to it, but pretty much every video that I make takes somewhere between 30 and 60 hours to make. On a high end, on a really high end, it's 80 hours. So that one probably was closer to the 30 to 40 hour mark to make that video. It was 100% scripted, 100% voiced over. I mean, there's scenes where I'm sitting there with my mouth closed and you hear me talking. But because I'm not a comedian, and I was trying to do something funny, it got revised so much in edit that I ended up rewriting and re-recording every scene at least 3 times, sometimes more, just to kind of make it the way I wanted it to. So yeah, it was an experiment. You always got to keep learning. You got to kind of push the limits. You got to try new things. And comedy is not my style. But I just thought it would be funny to kind of have a little tongue in cheek, I love the Commodore, and you can tell I love the Commodore. It's all for fun, but yeah, I thought that would be just fun to do. It's a little clickbaity, the title, No,
that's okay too. I think, but again, like 30 hours gone into this, and it shows. It just shows. That's clear. I really do appreciate that part, and to put out gems like that. Yeah, to do that every week. Oh my goodness, that would be impossible. I don't think any sane person could do that.
It would be hard. LGR does it. LGR does it every week. He puts out an amazing quality video, but he's got it down. He's been doing it for a decade
very
or more,
gifted. Very gifted. He's become very gifted at it. So rewinding time, and surfing on that video. So what did you grow up with? What was your first machine?
Yeah.
Okay, great question. So my very first machine was the family computer, and this would be about 1982, 1983. It was a Texas Instruments 99 4A.
Oh my goodness, I bless you, but that is and you still go into the hobby.
Let's start off hard.
I wasn't very old. I would have been maybe 6 years old when we got that machine, and I was just enamored with anything computers, anything video game related. And the thing is, the TI was not a good computer in terms of like basic programming. People like the TI basic, but it's very, very slow because of the memory architecture. But the TI had a very competent, dedicated sound chip and graphics chip, and you find them in the Coleco, the Sega Master System, and MSX, and you'd find the TI chips in a lot of other places. So when done right and using cartridge-based software, the games were fine. The games were fine. There weren't a lot of them, and you had to buy the cartridges. But it got me started, and it was good enough to get me laser focused on I want to play video games. I like computers now. From there, the family got an Apple IIc, which we had a disk drive, so that opened it right up to I was 8, 9, 10 years old, and opened it right up to piracy. It's what we had in the schools. So I was very familiar with how the Apple worked, and you could copy games. And I got my first modem, 2400 baud modem for the Apple IIc. And actually, if you go and take a look at the video that I made about Kung Fu Master, I called it Deception and Redemption or something like that. And that's kind of the backstory there, is that I learned from my friends and from school the difference between the Apple IIc graphics and sound and the Commodore 64 graphics and sound. And that is the turning point. When I bought that game, brought it home, and the box art did not match the Apple experience. It was the Commodore box art.
Oh my goodness, probably the worst example indeed.
No music, no sound, like stick figure monochrome graphics. It was unplayable. The game was unplayable. And I loved the game, and the graphics on the box were amazing. And that's what prompted me to say I need a Commodore 64, because I want to play Kung Fu Master the way it looks on the box.
Right,
And
right.
so that's when I got my first 64. It would have been a 64C, so 85,
How did you obtain it? Do you remember how you obtained it? Were your parents saying, "Okay, Matt, why don't we get you one?" Or because you got such good grades, or did they make you mow the lawn for the next 3 months, or how did you
You
end
had to
up with
eBay
it?
the Atari or the, I mean,
Yeah.
the 99 to pay for it.
I got a job.
Oh,
So
there you
yeah,
go.
I was 11 years old at that point, and I grew up in Maine, like I mentioned, and Maine is very rural, and so you can find, or at the time you could find farms everywhere, even in places that were relatively suburban, like where I grew up. So there was a farm not even half a mile down the street, and they would employ underage workers, 10 and up.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was. I mowed lawns. I worked on the farm for well under minimum wage, but it was under the table. I think I started at $3.75 an hour, got up to $4.25 an hour. If you think about it, at that point in time, a 64C new from mail order would be about $125.
Wow.
Because it was heavily cost reduced at that point, and it had been out for a good number of years, 4 or 5 years by now. So, $125 isn't too much when you're making $4 an hour under the table, and you're working, 40-hour weeks during the summer. So I got my first 64C with a 1541-2 drive that way. Over time, I upgraded it to a used 128 I bought from a guy on a local BBS. Got a 1084, which I still have. The 1084S back there is my original. Bought it from a guy on a BBS. And then I ran a BBS on that 128. Well, started on the 64, upgraded it to the 128. I had a lieutenant colonel 20 meg SCSI drive on my Commodore 128. If you've ever had the opportunity to use one of those, they are absolutely astounding for the 80s. They can move half a megabyte a second, which given the size of the 128's memory was instant. It was just absolutely instant. So
very few people that own that. Typically the BBS operators.
It was really for BBS and business applications. It could multiplex, so you had a single hard drive, SCSI hard drive that could have 4 or 8, I want to say 8 host bus adapters multiplexed. So it was used in banks and things like that. So you could have multiple Commodore terminals all using and sharing that same hard drive. So it was a really interesting thing, and it was super fast. It had an awesome piracy feature. It's called Ice Cube. Right on the host bus adapter that stuck out of the back of the expansion port, there was a button, and you press that button and it snapshots main memory to a disk image. So it's like a freezer cart, but it's instant.
It almost paid for itself.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was $400. It was, when I bought it, it was used $400, but I mean, a BBS running off of a floppy disk and a BBS running off of a SCSI hard drive on a Commodore, night and day difference. It was amazing.
Huge difference.
Yeah.
So were you, what did your parents think all of that? Because you're pretty young with all of this equipment. Were they seeing like the future there already, or did they mostly consider it as, well, young Matt likes to play games, we need to get him into a serious job at some point? Or
I don't think they understood what really I was doing. I asked for the modem for my birthday one year, and I would have been 10 years old or something like that, and I got the modem for the Apple IIc, and then I was continually using it on the family's phone line, dialing up, and of course they'd pick up the phone, they wouldn't know, disconnect me. Everybody went through that at some point, but they didn't really, I don't think, understand what it was I was doing running the BBS. Eventually I got my own phone line. I was paying for all of it, from my job. Even today they're watching the videos from time to time, and then when I'm talking to them on the phone, they're like, I just watched your video, I had no idea what you were doing back then, but that's cool. So
that's so awesome. That's really awesome. So what happened with all the kit? Do you still all have that kit from that period?
Oh, I really wish. So what happened is I needed to sell all of my 128 stuff, including the Lieutenant Colonel, in order to fund my first 386 SX25 build. So I never got into Amigas. I went straight from the Commodore 8-bits into the PCs. Problem is I sold it to a guy up in Canada, contact through a BBS or something. And what I did know, he paid me $750 for the entire lot, the 128, the disk drives, the hard drive, the BBS. I was giving him the board so he could run it himself. And then it cost me $400 to ship it to him. So I lost more than half of the value. If I had known that, I would have just kept
Canadian dollars or American dollars?
American dollars, yeah.
Oh, well, that's good. At least you didn't lose.
Yeah, I charged him $750 shipped for the whole lot, and then it cost me $400 to ship it. A hard lesson learned that day, as a kid. So if I had known better, I would have just kept it all, because you can't buy a lieutenant colonel.
Yeah, I've yet to meet someone that that was smart enough to have kept everything. There's very few, and all of them say the same thing. They say, you know, I sold mine for Amiga, and I regretted it.
Yeah,
I think it's
everybody has that regret. Yeah,
we
couldn't afford.
But you know, we make up with it in multiples now.
Yeah. That's why now I'm making up for it. But it's a everybody has that regret, but we simply at that age couldn't afford to keep the old one and the new one and pay for the new one. So. Yeah.
So what's interesting about your channel, because you cover kind of like, you go indeed from the MISA, but you also go to those machines that you may have heard of back in the day, out of the magazines or otherwise. Were there at any moment in time machines that you were envious of, that you thought like one day I'll buy one of those? Or
there was one machine that I learned about later on in life, not when I was a kid, but later on, and that was the X68000. And that is kind of the holy grail, the unicorn. That's the one machine that I spent real money on. Everything else was opportunistic. I am notoriously thrifty, and you'll get that by watching my thrifting videos and things like, my eBay. I got this for $30 on eBay. I don't like to spend a lot of money on stuff, so everything I get is a really good deal. That was the one thing that I got that I paid what I would consider real money for. Was the X68000, because they're rare. You just can't find one in good condition for cheap. It just doesn't
Did it live up to the expectation?
If I had that machine, or even had seen that machine in 1985, 1986, I would have, it was game changing. I was using a Commodore 128 when that machine came out. There's just no comparison. It is better than the first several PCs in terms of the graphics and sound that it can do, that I owned, the 386s and 46s that I built. It is absolutely mind-blowing, but you have to kind of cast your mind back to that time, because in today you fire it up and you're like, yeah, these are arcade quality ports, but I have the same arcade quality ports on my Mr. FPGA, any number of emulation devices. My Xbox, my OG Xbox could do this. So, you have to remind yourself of the period of time that it came from, and then it is darn impressive. It really is. But then again, the Amiga is darn impressive too. So
well, that's a jump. We were talking about that earlier. The jump from the 64 to the Amiga and the graphics and sound was a huge leap. And so people that saw those, I'm a developer. I was a developer from back when I was 12 years old. So I was fortunate that I don't have to say that I gave everything away. I pretty much have every single thing that I had collected still. So I have a lot of stuff. And so I get to see the transitions for everything, like we were talking about the X68000. It's a huge jump, and it's a jump all of a sudden at once.
Yeah.
And
where did that come from?
Yeah, you would think that something that would come out later, like your 386 machines, would come out much later, would be better. But the longevity of some of these machines was pretty astounding for this time. It's so. Yeah. It's one of those things that you look back at your history of the things that you purchased, and you go, okay, well, what was it that I regret purchasing? And what do I not regret purchasing? And what is something I actually use? How often do you use X68000 compared to Atomic Sinclair? Obviously, one you're going to use far more than the other. So those are the things that I thought as a kid growing up, is like, I'm going to get everything. I'm going to collect every single piece there is of everything. And I pretty much did. I did that a lot because I ended up being a developer, and I could justify it. Much like your wall behind you, you can justify it now.
Yeah, the wall is great because when I'm doing a video about something, I can just pluck it off the wall, set it up, and use it, and then put it back. And that's nice because I know everything back there is in working shape. But to be perfectly frank, I use the Mr. FPGA more than I use real hardware when I'm prototyping or if I'm, working up a concept for a video, because I have it hooked up. It's there next to my main PC with a little 10-inch display. I fire it up, I load the software I want, I test it out. I'm like, yeah, this is cool. Let me now do this with real hardware. But it's so accessible, it's so easy to use, and it makes an amazing way to screen capture stuff too, because you can scale it to anything you want. So
for sure. Yeah, for sure. I think that's the hard thing, even with we just did Gideon with this Ultimate 2 Plus. It's very hard once you've had that luxury on a real Commodore to kind of go to anything else. I
use my Ultimate for everything.
And so one of your videos I really, I don't even, I hardly dare to ask, I'm going to do it anyways, is the one that you did after the Kung Fu Master. You said, oh, I'm a new user, start here, the Guide 2023, which, by the way, I think you should have probably renamed to Guide 2023 H1, because it is the amount of stuff that's still coming out for these 64s. It's absolutely nuts. And you try to capture about everything and anything into one almost hour-long video, I think.
Yeah, you're right. There's way too much to put all in. You can only say this subsection of stuff exists, but there's just not enough time to talk about every single, device that occupies that segment. There's too many of them, and that's a great problem to have. But the idea there with the 2023 was that maybe next year I revisit it and add a new chapter and revise the ones that are old, and I'll have a 2024 edition. Who knows?
So when you look at that video and everything that what is out there, what can you buy, what are some of the most impressive items, if you kind of look at that area of the hobby, that you can buy? Which ones are the ones that you're just like, man, I'm in awe?
Well, the Ultimate, we know that is appropriately named. It really is, whether it's the Ultimate 64, a main board, or it's the U2 Plus or the U2 Plus L now. They are quintessential things that a Commodore enthusiast should own. There's just no going back. Being able to do the disk drives, the cartridges, the RAM expansion, the SID emulation, the Wi-Fi, well, not Wi-Fi, but wired modem, all the things that it can do. I did a cost benefit analysis. There's just, if you bought all the individual parts separately, you'd be paying way more. So it is, someone said in the chat that it's great at twice the price. That's absolutely true. So the Ultimate devices are quintessential for Commodore owners. Other things that have come out, the number of replica boards like your ICS 64, like the open source ones that have come out, and just the number of replica boards. There's one for every enthusiast, whether it's 100% keeping to the original and it's completely an original replica, or it has modern niceties to it, all the way up to the Ultimate 64, which of course is all in FPGA. So that's amazing, just the number of options that we have to build a 64 and customize it the way we want. I've got your keycaps here on my customized 64 here. So the cases, the keycaps, the board inside, it's got a Kawari in it. I think that's that's an amazing upgrade, because it finally closes that gap between NTSC and PAL users. There's no software that's off limits anymore. When you have a Kawari, you don't have to swap chips, you don't have to have swap crystals. You just I know there are options, there are riser boards that you could put both in. Have you priced out VIX these days? So so the Kawari is great. The fact that you can now get CIAs and you know, the PLAs, obviously that's been huge to restore all these broken machines. So yeah, there's so much stuff to keep these alive, to upgrade them, to customize them the way you want. I'm really looking forward to the keyboard campaign when it comes out. So bring us Blingboard 64. Yeah.
Well, you may get to hear something about that.
Yeah, we'll talk about that today too.
Yeah.
So the Kawari, by the way, that's the Kawari is a very interesting device. I earlier this week I saw they made a small change now available in the firmware that it allows you to output the
dot
PAL
clock, right?
in at the same clock, and therefore, and someone then said, "Oh, why don't I then put that in an SX64, which has a built-in CRT screen, which would have otherwise not worked?"
Yeah.
I'm like, wow, that's a very creative use indeed,
Yeah.
and that's a cool next use of something that wasn't initially intended to be part of the design.
Yeah, there are a handful of.
I have a couple of those boards. I have the original one that has the HDMI output, and then there's also a light version of it. It's like a small version of it. So I'm not sure if they're going to make any of the bigger ones anymore, because I know there was FPGA, you know, supply issues with that. But that was,
he's got sort of orders going in, because people do want the large board because it does have the HDMI. I personally have the small board. What he's doing, I think, is stepping away from like actively being the vendor of those products now that he's developed it. I think he's open sourcing both the hardware and the software so that other vendors will take up the reign and start producing them as they feel necessary. So
that's cool as well.
Yeah.
So Matt, you started tipping your toes also in the Amigas. You never owned an Amiga, as we understood. You went from the 60 or from the 128 to the PC. A retrospect on the Amiga.
I'm sad I missed them on the day. I did not own one or really get the opportunity to use them in their heyday. I did pick up, and I'm really glad for this, I did pick up an Amiga 3000 around 97.
Nice.
When it was at the bottom of the depreciation curve. I paid $100 or $200 for a complete Amiga 3000.
By the way, one of the things I love about you're always talking about the deals and all. You know, I'm Dutch American, so I love any deal. I really appreciate that in your videos. I think buying expensive is very easy. Finding the deals, that's an art.
I am an opportunistic shopper. I'm on eBay on my mobile phone constantly, browsing whatever's come up. And I buy if there's a good opportunity to buy, but I don't. I love the deals. I love to do the thrifting videos. I like, you know, stuff like that. So, but yeah, the 3000 was my first Amiga. I bought it for one use case and one use case only, and that was for its gen locking capability. At that time, I did not explore any of the games, and because I was, you know, I had a fully 3D accelerated Pentium 2 at that point or whatever, you know, and so I was playing Quake 2 and things like that on my PC, and I wasn't really looking back at that point. I wasn't nostalgic for that period of time yet, because it was we're just coming off of that period of time. So I only used it as a workhorse for video production, and I didn't get back into actually exploring the Amiga catalog until, you know, the last couple 3-4 years now. So yeah, I've got a lot of ground to catch up on. I'm still not an Amiga expert by any stretch of the imagination.
But in case you didn't know, back in the day, the 3000 was a lot more than you paid for it.
Oh yeah. No, I think it was in 2023 dollars. I think it was over $6,000 equivalent.
So I know that when we got 3000, we got stuff through Commodore, because I worked for Commodore originally back in '83. So I still had good ties and stuff with everybody there. And I remember I was a partner in this company doing stuff for 64 and the Amiga. And I said, I need to get 32 megs of RAM for the computer. And they're like, okay. I said, well, it's $1,200 for 32 megs of RAM. And they're like, what? You know? So I remember buying that after getting the 3000, and then I'm getting a Warp 4040, so 40 meg, so 40 accelerator for it with a SCSI. And so that's what I used for my development machine primarily back in the day, was a 3000. After I went from a 500 to a 2000, but the 3000 was what I used most of the time. And yeah, super expensive, and I still have that machine today too. So it's a great machine. It's a good workhorse last forever. It's super
Yeah, they're
reliable.
well built, and I've had no problems if you get the battery out of them in time. Yeah,
Yep,
you know,
exactly.
it just works. It's got a SD card based SCSI drive, and that's it. That's the only thing I've changed on it.
Yep.
It just works.
Yeah, I have an Aztec Monster. It's a compact flash version of that. So hooked to the warp. So I get like 10 megs a second, which is unheard of for the Amiga, which is
Yeah,
great.
that's just insane. I'm
Yeah.
thinking about putting a 68060 in it. I'm not sure. You know, they've got that BFG 9060 card now.
Mhm.
I've got the 68060. I opportunistically bought one on sale. It's just sitting in its box, waiting for the right time. I'm not sure yet what that time is, but yeah, we'll see. That might be fun.
Where do you think that some of this is going to go? Because I know you've been dabbling with the Mister as well. Sometimes you connect the old world as well. I remember you did the MIDI one, wasn't there, with the MT32, and then back to the Amiga. Obviously, you've got the separate Pi for that you can connect with the Mister and all of that. Where do you think this is going to go? Will you continue to kind of play both worlds, or what do you think is going to happen there?
Well, I'm a big fan of everything that people are developing for retro and vintage systems, and I love to try it all out. I've been meaning to try out the Pi Storm. You know, it's a cool project, and you know, it's transformational. I'm not sure I want to permanently leave it in. I like to keep my systems kind of period correct. You know, with a modern SD card storage solution, I give that one a pass. But I love to try out these things, and I want to see, you know, what the next hot you know, upgrade is that people have developed, whether it's FPGA based or you know, Raspberry Pi based. There's so much stuff to try, so I'm totally on board with that stuff.
Right.
And it's just amazing. You know, one reason I started this channel is because I'm just in awe of what people are doing in terms of hardware and software development for the retro community, and I don't have that ability myself, and I'm kind of jealous of you folks who are able to create and build and code and stuff. I never had those skills. It's not a domain that I really worked in professionally or personally. So you know, I'm exploring things as a user, right? I'm just able to take advantage of all the awesome things that people have created and share them with the world. So that's the only thing I can do.
Well, I think, and I don't understand that contribution either, because you actually bring these concepts to the world. You're exposing them to others. You do it in such a way that they can actually often follow along as well. They'll learn something new. I think without people doing that piece, I think a lot of these projects would be completely stranded. That Kawari thing, the way that was initially put in the market, I don't think 5 people picked up on what it actually was, and it would have just sat dormant there for years if it wasn't for others saying, "Wow, this is something really cool. I can see the potential," and getting it out of the garage, if you will.
So I'm thinking, I think I nailed exactly why your channel is so popular. So we're listening to Yuri talk about this. So when you're doing your research and stuff on something you've never had before, there's a level of excitement because you're learning it. And I think that's what you're conveying it to your channel, is what you have learned. Where people like, you know, Yuri, myself, and people from the old school, you know, we know certain things, so we're not too excited by, you know, demoing a 64 or whatever. But you have a different level of enthusiasm, completely different than anybody else, because you're like,
I'm the new guy.
Oh, I didn't know about this. You know, I didn't know about this. I didn't know about this. So I think that's your niche, really, is what you do in that realm. It's really great.
Yeah, I never thought about it that way, but you're right. A lot of stuff I'm experiencing for the very first time, whereas you know, old hats have known about this stuff for years or decades, and so
Right.
it's
No
old hat to them.
preconceived notions at all.
Yeah.
So going into that realm, I have to ask you personally. So as you learn these things, and you've know other computers because you've had experience with other things, and now you're gaining experience for all these different machines as you do your YouTube channel. What's the worst one so far? The worst thing?
Oh, I hate to say this because people are not going to. There are fans of every system. There really
I
are.
agree. In your mind, as far as let's do a baseline to your original TI-99 4A.
Very small but passionate community of developers, has decent hardware, but but a poor memory architecture.
Okay.
I would put it above. It's a tough call. It's a tough call. The TRS 80 color computer 1 and 2. It's like Tandy didn't even bother to design a machine. They just took the reference spec from Motorola, slapped it together, and sold it. And it doesn't bring anything interesting to the table. It can display 4 colors at a time on screen in graphics mode, in like medium res graphics mode. It has a single, it's not a sound chip. It can generate one sound at a time, but it's CPU based. That green welcome screen is ghastly.
I agree with that.
One of my
sure.
least favorite of the machines I've played with so far. I can't think of one that I would less want to plug in and just sit down and play with. That's now the TRS-80 Coco 3, on the other hand, has some enhancements to it that give it, better graphics capabilities. It has RGB output. It can run up to 512K of memory. It can run a multi-user operating system, OS 9 level 2. So it has some things that the 1 and 2 don't have, and it makes it worthy of exploring further. And I have one, and it's broken, and I definitely need to work on it. And that's, it's going to be a thing. I don't want to put off any Coco enthusiasts here, but I've not found a reason to really love the Coco 1 and 2 myself.
Yeah.
But maybe you will. That's the thing about your channel, is that you might find something that, like, some developer made something that, brought it back to life, that made it a better unit. Or
I thought I was surprising at Midwest. There were a lot of Coco lovers at Midwest, and they had some fantastic products for it. Some of them where I actually had to go back and I said, so tell me what has been done to this system, because that is not possible. And it's very interesting to learn about that as well, and kind of like, wow, a computer that sits deeply ingrained in the, let's say, not desirable space here, doing stuff. And how did you get to that? And your memories of this machine are very different from mine, and therefore you became a fan of it, to your point, Matt. And I think you're very much a respectful, glass half full type of person in any case. But that was very interesting, these people. And I know Jim Brain does a lot of stuff for the Coco. And I'm like, wow. And that user base being that enthusiastic about a unit that has a different perception in my head is actually very interesting to explore.
Yeah, that's kind of why I put you in that position, to be a little bit uncomfortable in that, because I think it's a personal preference of how we grew up and what we've become accustomed to. And I think you have a really unique insight doing your YouTube channel as you are learning these things. So you have some personal preferences for some things. Obviously, the X68000 is a thing in your life that you really like and you'll pay good money for. So I think that it's all about what you personally like, and it's not so much about what the machine could do, because when you got something like your TI-994A, you were thrilled, much like I was at 11 years old, getting a PET 2001 with a chiclet keyboard, black and white with 8K memory. I was thrilled to be able to type on a keyboard and do something with it.
It was a
I
computer.
didn't know there was graphics later on. I mean, back then there was Pong. I mean, that was our graphics, really. So it was amazing to be able to cause a cursor to move back and forth, or draw something on the screen, all that. And where somebody coming in later in life with an Amiga go, that's horrible, because it's all black and white, there's no sound, blah, blah, blah. So I think it's interesting that you can bring a lot of that insight because you haven't had a lot of experience with other machines. Like myself, I've never played with a Coco, but like Yuri said, when we were at VCF Midwest, I did double takes on a lot of things there, thinking, man, I didn't know they could do that. I didn't know that hardware could do that. It was very cool learning experience, eye-opening experience for me.
It's a small but passionate community that have done some amazing things. I think there's a really cool contra port that gives the NES one a run for its money.
Isn't that one amazing?
Yeah, it's so cool. Yeah. So just to be fair to the Coco owners, I have yet to experience a Mattel Aquarius or an Intellivision computer module. So there are definitely things that I have that are worse. I just haven't got around to trying them yet.
Yeah,
so we'll get there.
Yeah, that's so And you bring up an interesting bridge there, huh? So 3 years ago, you started this channel. By the way, I think you're on video 99
Coming
with
up.
the C64. You may want to look at that. Your 100th video might be in the
Yeah.
making.
Yeah, I don't count some of the small ones or the live streams, or there's like a short in there too. There are a few that I'm not counting towards the total, but yeah, 100 is coming up, and I'm going to do a live stream to talk about where the channel started and look at some of those cringy moments
Yeah.
from the very first videos, because you look back, you know, you're like, wow, that was me, that's terrible. Where we're going, some of the, you know, the comments, good and bad and ugly, you know,
Right.
just going to do kind of a review of the first 100, and it should be fun.
That's awesome. So
Yeah,
what are
please
some
let
of
us
the
know. I want to
what are
definitely see it.
some of the new skills that you've learned as part of this journey in the past 3 years? What are some of the new skills that you've learned that you're particularly proud of, whether it's in fixing or in the video editing or what name it?
Well, going in, if you go back to my very early videos, I had like zero soldering skills at all. I couldn't, you know, I had a $15 Radio Shack iron that was all gloopy at the end, and I had been using it to like splice wires together on my car. You know, when I was doing like a stereo
the
or
plumbing
something.
job.
Yeah, pretty much. So that was the extent of my experience soldering. And so, you know, I've watched a lot of YouTube videos to kind of get, you know, the gist of what you're supposed to do, and then practice, work on projects, take small projects like little boards, like we start with the smallest little board and work up to building a 1581. You know, that was kind of a bigger project at the time that I've worked on. And so I've gotten better. Then I moved to SMT, you know, I've got a hot air station, and I moved to surface mount. And so I've learned a little bit of that along the way. Certainly gotten better at that. So that's a skill I picked up. You know, a lot of making YouTube videos is the stuff that people don't think about. It's getting the audio right. You gotta, you know, you gotta remove the pops and the hisses and the background noises. And, you know, there's a lot to getting and mixing everything just so. There's a lot to getting the audio right. I'm still not good at getting the lighting right. And this I'm just using the camera that's built into this laptop, so it's not very good. But getting the lighting right is and I'm not there. If look at LGR's videos, you know, he knows how to set a scene,
Crazy. Yeah.
get the lighting perfect, and every single scene. You know, I'm still learning that stuff. So there's a lot that goes on just in framing every single shot. That it's funny. You could just sit down and work on a project, or you could sit down and work on a project and film it, and it takes 10 times longer. So
Yes.
that's a challenge when you're
Is
like,
the energy still there as well? I'm
editing?
sorry, Jim, please.
Oh, what do you use for video editing, for post-processing? What tools do you use?
Premiere for video editing.
Okay.
Because back in the 90s, Premiere was something that I had learned early on, and I didn't touch it again for 20 years. But then since I knew some of it, I'm like, that's what I'm going to start with. And so because I got Premiere, I also have the whole creative suite, so Photoshop, After Effects, which I played around with a little bit early on. I did some special effects with After Effects, and I found that it's not worth spending 5 or 10 hours to do a 3-second special effect. Let me just spend that time making better videos. So I stopped doing special effects. For the time that it took, it didn't add anything to the videos. They're fun, and I wanted to learn it more, and I thought maybe I'll take some classes someday and actually learn it properly. But for now, no, I don't have the time for that. I got better at Photoshop. Making thumbnails is super important. To YouTube, you have to have a compelling thumbnail, because if you don't have them, people aren't going to click. And you need people to click. So, you know, doing good thumbnail, you see halfway through my channel's history, it changed from a very basic thumbnail to a different kind of more pops now. So I evaluated, with help from the YouTube community, what I was doing there, and they gave me some guidance, and you know, I changed up. So learned a lot there. Just got generally better at that sort of stuff. And yeah, I've learned a lot about computers too. I'm still not an assembly programmer by any stretch of the imagination. I'd love to be. You know, I'd love to write some Commodore assembly that's more than just hello world, but all things in good time.
Yeah, I hear you. So to the point of the community, obviously good, bad, and ugly with YouTube, and I don't want to take anything away of your upcoming 100th episode, but in general, is the community on YouTube giving you energy, draining energy, or a passive?
No, it's just vastly positive. The other creators are awesome, and they're fun to just bounce ideas off of, and you know, they're always so welcoming, and people do it because they have a passion for this stuff and they want to talk about that, and you experience that firsthand when you go to a VCF event. You know, it's just they're very passionate, and the viewers are too. It's great to have someone come up and say, oh, I loved your video. You know, that's nice, but it's even better just to engage with them on you know, what it is that they love to do, what their first computer was, why they're into retro. You can just talk for hours and hours to people about this stuff, and everybody's so passionate about it. In terms of, you know, the general public in YouTube, I think we're somewhat insulated from the unwashed masses out there on the internet, because they're not the ones that are interested, you know, in the education and the knowledge. They're not here to learn. Those people, people in the retro community they're lifelong learners. They're interested in intellectual pursuits, and there are always a couple bad eggs. But I would say in almost 100 videos, I've only had to ban 2 people ever from the channel, from the
that's
chat.
fantastic.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
great.
Yeah,
That's
so
great. So Matt, you were we're nearing the top of the hour, so a little bit about your, I think it was the second show visit. Did I hear that correctly? In one of your videos, Midwest was your second
VCF. Yep.
The second. Have you been going to some of the other shows, or more in the because it's a vast field. Sometimes they get combined with gameplay shows, or YouTube
there's so
shows,
many,
or
right?
arcade shows.
Yeah.
I went to VCF East earlier in the year. That was my first ever. And then I liked it so much, I'm like, well, I got to go to West. That looks like the biggest, you know, party of the year, because you know, you see all the YouTube videos from last year and you're like, oh yeah, everybody's there and they're all having a good time. So yeah, I found that was a lot of fun. And I'm going to VCF swap meet up in the New Jersey location to try and find myself some more good deals to make some more videos about some more broken computers.
That's awesome. Yeah, you should be able to pick up quite a few there from the videos that I've seen. I think that's a lethal event for those people that are trying to not store more stuff.
Yeah, well, I'm selling stuff too. I've got a table as a vendor at that event because I need to make room. You know, I've stacks and stacks of stuff just piling up in the garage. I just bought last weekend, I went out on Craigslist and I got a TI 99.4A peripheral expansion box, the PEB,
okay, yeah,
the disk drive and the RS-232. Yeah, and those are huge, right?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, but I got the whole thing for $40 with the disk drive and the interface cards and everything. I mean,
that's
you can't
awesome.
beat that. So
it's like that Coleco system. That thing's just giant.
Yeah,
that's an awesome find indeed. So you're going to try and do some more finds on this and try and add to the collection. So Matt, you know, thanks a lot for making time. Thanks a lot for a fantastic channel as well.
Yeah,
I really, you have your very own style. It's just clear in all the videos how much time and love you put in that. The research, you know, I think just doing the research and bringing that out and then inspiring people to kind of say, hey, this is a piece that I'm now going to research myself. The education that you bring with that.
Yeah.
No, I think that alone for me makes it watching your videos so worthwhile. And I hope the count of views as well as the subscribers that will then religiously watch your videos will continue to go up, inspire you to do more of these. Hopefully a lot of Commodore, but I have to say, you know, I haven't been put off by all the other brands that you've been putting up there. I've learned quite a bit from that as well. So it's just, they're very, very enjoyable.
Well, thank you so much for the kind words. I really do appreciate that. That, you know, makes all the hard work worthwhile, that people are enjoying it and learning things. And I just, you know, love to share what I'm finding out. And I'm glad people appreciate that too. So yeah, I'll just keep doing what I'm doing, and, you know, got to try out other systems, but I always come back to Commodore every time because there's just so much Commodore stuff to talk about.
That's
for sure.
All right.
Well, thanks for having. Hey, so you're in our Discord. So people that are in the Discord, go into Matt's channel. You've got links for YouTube videos in there, I want to imagine. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I created a brand new playlist for all of my Commodore 64 content this morning because I'm like, well, I can't just paste links to all of it. So at the very end, there's a new playlist.
Matt. That is just
outstanding.
Awesome, man. This is, you set
so
the bar
again,
for
thanks
everybody
for
else.
taking your time. We appreciate you stopping by, and to let you know that on our little clique, we talk about you all the time. So your ears are probably burning.
Oh,
that's
dear.
why we wanted to make sure that we had you for this year.
Well, thanks for
No,
having me on.
yeah.
It's been great talking to you guys. I appreciate it.
Thanks
Alright.
a lot, man.
All
Take
right.
care, man.
Take care.
Bye for now.
Bye.
Hey, that was awesome. I'm glad that we were able to get Matt on this.
Yeah.
This year.
So should we take a small break real quick?
We
Put
should.
Slade
We
on the-
should. Were we planning to at some point?
Well, I wasn't planning to. We've got to talk about the keycap campaign, but I didn't know how you were.
Gosh,
Like,
I do want to do a quick break before we go into that because
Okay.
I'm excited about that one. Do I get
Yeah.
to interview you on that one? Oh, that's good. Well, I got plenty of questions ready for that. So that's
Oh, okay.
that's great. That's great. Jim, what are we doing? What, 15 minutes or so? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, 15 is good. So it's at 3 o'clock right now. So we're gonna like take a break till 3:15. So
Yeah,
that'll work out good.
3:15 PST, or if you happen to be in one of the other time zones, it will be 15 past midnight if you're in the CET time zone. And then the other ones, look at the schedule, you can figure it out 15 minutes from now.
Right.
Back on.
Okay. See you in a bit. Going to Slay Radio.
you don't need to do your shopping right now.
Please keep your limbs inside the train at all times. Do not attempt to open the doors until the train has come to a complete halt at the station platform. In the event of an emergency, passengers are to remain seated and await further instruction. If it is necessary to exit the train, disabled personnel should be evacuated first. Please stay away from electrified rails and proceed to an emergency station until assistance arrives. Please stand back from the automated door and wait for the security officer to verify your identity. Before exiting the train, be sure to check your area for personal belongings. Thank you, and have a very safe and productive day.
All right, Gordon, your suit should keep you comfortable through all this. The specimen will be delivered to you in a few moments. If you would be so good as to climb up and start the rotors, we can bring the anti-mass spectrometer to 80% and hold it there until the carrier arrives. Gordon, are you not hearing?
Alrighty, we're back. Oh, Master.
Again. Oh my goodness. I'm glad we had a quick break, Jim.
Yeah, that's probably a good call. So sorry, people, but you know, you did what, 3 hours or something like that to start with?
A little bit, yeah.
Few hours.
So, Jim, I think we get the keycap campaign, right?
All right, you ready?
I don't know. You know, let's start with the end.
Let's start at the end.
Let's start with the end. Let me hold on here.
Oh, the end result, you mean?
In front of me. Look at what
Okay,
I'm
there you go.
holding here. In
It's hard
front
to
of me,
see.
an enormous bag.
I got a few myself. In fact,
Oh, there, I see them. I see them.
I went out to the shop during our break and I actually measured out the space that is requires to hold the keycaps. So I have these giant tubs. I mean, like they're huge tubs, and I have 3 of them, and they're stacked on top of each other.
Yep.
And I have 30 feet of that.
Crazy. Now, for the last 3 Commodore people on Earth that don't know what's going on here, the keycap campaign obviously has been a recurring topic for the past, what is it? 3rd year now, eh?
Forever.
Forever. Jim, once upon a time. Let's do this. Once upon a time. Once upon a time.
In
There was a,
2019, which is when it started. That's when the whole thing started, actually.
Yeah, well, yeah. So there was, you know, obviously when you look at replacement parts for the Commodore 64, the one piece that has always been missing is replacement keycaps for the C64. Various attempts had been made in the past to try and get to it. One of them even a very costly one for the people that subscribe to it, and at the end never got that product. You were one of those customers.
Yeah.
And for years, you had been patiently waiting. And for whatever reason, which you'll get to, I hope, for whatever reason, you thought like, maybe I should attempt to make right what was wrong and bring keycaps to the world for our beloved C64.
Well, so let's start as to why we all wanted keycaps all of a sudden. This is really Dallas Moore's fault, really. I think you want to go back to the gist of it. So that's the guy who found the original Commodore molds for the 64C.
Right. Like
and those cases were a Kickstarter project that was funded, and he made cases. So all of us that backed that, which was a lot of us, immediately like, oh, it'd be awesome if we could get different keycaps too. And then not long after that, I don't recall exactly how long, but that's when the other campaign, which I'll go ahead and say it's phase 5, it's from Indiegogo, they made a campaign and for that, and got funded by a bunch of people, like $55,000, something like that. It was quite a bit. And that spent a great deal of time, which people know that took forever and ever to finally see any kind of a result. And there was, nothing ever shipped to anybody. but there's
Right.
some videos and stuff. And so that's kind of how we got there, really, is the 64C case really kind of, basically made everybody want to have new keycaps. I don't think there was a huge, need for keycaps before there was new cases. And there was, the cases, of course, were clear, blue, white, red. They're different colors. They weren't the original beige, color of Commodore. So that really opened up the door for, wanting to have, new keycaps. Ironically, today I've seen people with original red bin cases have got, red keycaps, and who knew? But for me personally, I always wanted to have a clear case, clear keycaps, I wanted to have a clear motherboard. I wanted to have, a completely clear, system if I could. And that's kind of where I went with that whole thing. So that's why we have keycaps, really, from anybody. That was because we had those molds, that were redone, and so that's where that whole project started, really, from that. So because of the phase 5 failure, that's kind of when I got into it. But I wasn't my idea. I had no inkling of building keycaps, none whatsoever.
Right.
Eric Hill from Amiga Love, shout out to Eric. I still like you. He's kind of the guy that got me going in that whole thing, really, was that. It's like, hey, he actually approached me, would you pay, like $275 for a set of keycaps for your computer? I'm like, no, that's quite a bit of money for a set of keycaps. He goes, well, I looked at tooling costs and did some, research, and pretty much that's what's going to cost if we get it done here. And so I'm like, well, I do injection molding offshore, so I know what it costs there, for other products and stuff. And so I kind of got involved in the whole idea of doing a little bit of research, much like Matt Demicco does, and figure out, what the logistics would be and all these different things. There's so much involved behind the scenes that people don't understand when they develop a product. So I had to go through all of that. And then, it turned out that I was a big dummy and said, okay, let's do this. So that's kind of how I got involved in the whole thing. Obviously, there's a lot in between there. There was some things that, like, I like to tell a lot of information today that people don't know about, because people know a lot about the keycap campaign, really, and they know my updates and all this stuff. But there's a few things in there that people don't know about. And I'm gonna go ahead and probably release some of these emails. Might check with my attorney first, but
of what went on here. Yeah, because that's the interesting thing. So at first, I was a bit skeptical. I'm like, okay, Jim sent out 164 update emails on a keycap campaign. First of all, of course, kudos to the communication and communication style and the openness on this, because I think at many of times people had completely given up on this one as well, but only thanks to very constant communication, they would have had the confidence that there was one person behind the scenes fighting for them and making sure that this was going to be brought to a successful end, come hell or high water. And I think, indeed, to your point about the hell or high water piece, quite a bit of that. And quite a bit of giving in that you at the end had to do, just because there was just no way out. It would just, there's so many dead ends where you had to kind of say, okay, I got to figure out a different way now in order to get it unstuck again. And perhaps we can go a little bit through that. Obviously, last year we spoke a little bit about the design and all of that. We did design that done.
So let me preface a few things first. So the phase 5 thing was interesting to me because Eric has some privy to this information, and some other people too. And I think I told you guys in the CRX group as well, maybe a little bit of stuff was going on. But I wanted to buy that project from the phase 5 guy. I offered him to buy the whole thing.
Yeah.
Because obviously he had molds, because something was being produced in videos. And he had a video of keycaps being printed with UV printer. And I mean, so there was keycaps themselves. I don't know if they fit on a stem. I don't know if they had the same problems we had originally with all the different stems that Commodore made. So maybe they only worked on one stem. I don't know. There's a lot of things like that I didn't know, but I offered to buy the customer list and the whole entire project from him. And the response I got was astounding, actually. The response I got, and I forwarded the information to Eric and these guys.
Fine.
He said, if you do that, if you're going to release a keycap campaign, I'm going to release this campaign. I'll start shipping. Because I told him, it's like, if you don't do this, I'm going to make a campaign.
Yep.
If you don't want to sell it to me, I'm going to make a campaign because we need these. And he's literally like, go right ahead. If you do it, if you make a campaign, I'm going to go ahead and start shipping these. So you're not going to be able to make any money on it. Well, I'm not really, obviously, as you know, we didn't make any money on this. It was, the whole idea was provide keycaps to the community. But that was the response I got. And so that very last update you will see on that campaign, well, prior to today, who knows what will happen today after this, he actually said, I'm going to release it now. Here, they're going to come. And it's like, blah, 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 blah. And that very day, so the last campaign update from that campaign was the day that he had sent me this email saying, if you dare do it, I'm going to go ahead and ship all mine out.
Right.
And so that's something that people didn't know about, a few people. And so I was astounded. I was offended. I had a lot of emotions that day because I didn't know how to really take that, because and the reality was this. And so there was not an actual campaign as in like Indiegogo at that point. Right. This was me personally paying for the molds and everything as a cbmstuff.com product. And so that's why it became an actual Indiegogo thing. Because I thought, okay, if this clown releases all the stuff and actually ships to people, if I'm through an Indiegogo campaign and it doesn't get funded because he did that, there's no harm, no foul.
Right,
right. At that point, which is exactly why I did it that way. And so I could have, imagine you wouldn't be too happy either, or Gideon wouldn't be too happy if you would spend all this money.
Enormous, would have been enormous upfront investment just being
gone. And then you're not going to recoup that money because now there's two competing things against each other.
Right.
So that's what happened in the beginning of that. And then we had, it was going to be a campaign through Indiegogo, and then it went through the design phase and all stuff like last year. So now fast forward to where you wanted to start talking. So that's something I wanted to get out there that had happened.
Yeah, I know. But I think it's an interesting point indeed, because at the end it served no purpose either. And it's most people don't know this. Now they'll know if they pick up on this video, they'll know about this. But it is sad because it kind of leaves you with a thought like, no, he may have never intended to release this, or what was the purpose of this? This is not a pride thing or anything. This is just trying to stop something and perhaps even harm someone else's business. So I'm glad that the campaign started, and the good thing is you went into a campaign with a lot of experience in, let's say, the materials used, the design process, mass production, working with China, getting things out on a global basis, that type of stuff. Right. Obviously, all not hindered by a little world event that would then mess things up. But when you got a problem, unfortunately, a lot more than just that. Yeah, when you got a problem, you jump on a plane and you go fix it. That's pretty much my MO for everything. So I'm going to offshore places for injection molding, whatever. Right. You just do that. When this whole thing happened with COVID, that wasn't an option. No. There's nothing I could do about it. It's all email, and of course, as a quick recap. So another thing people don't know about too. The company that I had originally to do the campaign, I had contacted, made all the contacts with, gave them all the design files, everything was set in stone, everything. Right. That company made keyboards and keycaps for Asus. That's who they supplied to. Okay. And as other people as well. And so they were a gaming keyboard manufacturer. That's who I selected to do the campaign. Right. And that's why it was such a shocker to me when that whole factory was, repurposed by the Chinese government to do PPE.
You know, it's like now I'm really screwed because I hadn't done any more research because I had found this company thinking this is like the holy grail for us because this is what these people do. And so I made a lot of different plastic injection molded enclosures and snap devices, all kinds of different things for different industries.
Right.
I never made a keyboard before. I never made any keycaps before.
Right.
And so, I mean, you look at a keycap, and as we learn later on, you know, through the campaign in life, there's a lot more to just a little, you know, square looking thing that sits on a keyboard. There's a lot of stuff involved in it. But I really wanted to make sure that the manufacturer that I used had experience with this already. And, you know, they had sent me like diacetylation pictures of keyboards they had made with like an American flag across it and things, really cool things they could do.
Right.
And, you know, I was like, well, I need to know, who you guys supply for. And they told me, and I got to see stuff they're making in their factory. And so it was legit.
Yeah.
And so then when, of course, the COVID thing happened, that whole thing went out the window. And it took, what, 9 months to find somebody else that could actually do it? Because most every factory then was doing this. They were making, you know, other things. And, you know, things like plastic buckets and things you would never think about. One company I talked to said we repurposed everything for making, I don't know, Clorox containers.
Oh, the tins for
the
Clorox
plastic things for Clorox wipes. So that's all we're doing now.
Yep.
Like, okay, you know, and they used to, what are you gonna do? You know, so until I finally found one. And then of course we had talked about it last year, but when I found this company I had used, they had done a lot of work with companies in the US. I contacted those companies in the US and said, hey, how are these people? And like, oh, you know, they're great. They're a little expensive, but they do really good quality.
Right.
And they're pretty good about getting back to you and all stuff. I was like, okay, cool. And if that wasn't enough, I didn't trust them. So I actually had them make me products for myself and for another client. And we got those and they came back perfect in a timely fashion, no problem whatsoever. So I was pretty happy with the fact, okay, these people, even though they don't do keyboards and keycaps, they could do anything else. And I got to see firsthand with my own eyes, you know, something that I created that ended up being a plastic injected, you know, part they made. So I have pretty good confidence in these people. Boy, that slid down the scale pretty quick. So, okay, so that's the recap.
At one moment in time, did you kind of start feeling the first inklings of, hey, these guys may be a little bit in over their head?
I think after I had discovered, along with a couple other people, Dan Tootle, who helped with the renderings and stuff, that Commodore had 2 different stems.
Okay.
Because the first design I did, so I sent them, you know, they've got a 64C keyboard and an original breadband keyboard, you know, real one, so for looking at. And of course, if you look at the history of me with this company, when I had contacted them, they're like, we can do everything. You know, you don't have to send us data. We'll just scan the keycaps and we'll get the shape and we'll scan the graphics and we'll get the text. You don't have to do anything at all. You know, don't provide us nothing. And I'm thinking, no, I'm going to give you data, right? So when we discovered that there was 2 different stems that Commodore used, and they discovered it as well. So because they had a 64C keyboard that had the 3.5mm stem, and they had the regular breadband, they had a 5mm. And they're like, hey, it doesn't work on this one, but it works on this one. I was like, what? And that's when we found out there's 2 different size stems. So I had to redesign the stem. So what they ended up doing, which I thought was pretty smart on their part, they didn't make a whole mold of keycaps. They made a single keycap mold for a row 1 keycap. That's what they started with. Because they wanted to see if it was going to fit. Because I said, here's the deal. This has to lock in place and the spring can't pop it off. I mean, it's And so they're a little bit leery, I think, in that regard. So they went ahead and made a single keycap mold to experiment with. And which was great because the first one they did worked perfect. It was for a breadband only. Didn't work with 64C. My bad, because we didn't know at the time. So I had to redesign the keycap, as you know, like we talked about last year, where there's 2 sets of locks and all this stuff. And then I sent them the data, and then it was a nightmare. It took months upon months for them to figure out how to tool that, which is to me was weird because it's just simply 2 locks, but it is internal. So if you think about how plastic injection works, if you've got something where it's a T-shaped and you were to put plastic into it, when it's cooled, you can't get it out of the mold because it's a T-shape, it's blocked.
Yeah.
So you have to have what's called draft, which is an angle
Yeah.
to it, so it pops out of the mold correctly.
Yeah.
And there's the top side of the mold and there's the bottom side of the mold. And so inside of the keycap, basically you've got your stem that goes and you got these little barbs that do this. Okay.
Right.
On the inside, you've got the opposite of that. So inside you've got a little bit of a recessed area. So you have to figure out how to put something inside of there that you can actually go boing and actually make it, you know, pop in and out like this.
Yeah.
Or what you can do is you do what's called a long injection cycle. So you have the little indent piece, you put the stem in place, you inject your plastic, and you wait until the plastic is fully cooled.
Okay.
And then you pull the piece out. And so what that does is it actually will splay the plastic. It kind of damages the plastic as it comes out. But if you make that narrow enough inside and enough definition, you can you can compensate for that. So when you pull it out, ta-da, it's perfect at that point. And so that saves you a huge amount of tooling costs because otherwise you've got to have fingers that go up inside and then have to be actuated. So it's a secondary process. I mean, it's just it's a lot of work to do it this way. So they were trying to figure out how to do it the way that, you know, the simple way to do it.
Yeah. Most economic way to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was 2 locks. It was impossible for them to. And finally, they told me, it's like, we give up. We're going to give all your money back, and we can't do it. I'm like, come on, people. If you can make 1 lock, you can make 2 locks. I mean, it's really not that big a deal. So I ended up having to talk with their manager and say, here's the deal. You know, this is going to be bad for you guys because, you know, there's a ton of time invested in this already and money and I don't have to go to another supplier and all that stuff. So finally, there was a magical day. They're like, "Ooh, look what we did!" So and it worked. But so that is when I had my first inkling that these people probably didn't know what they were doing so much. But you remind you the fact that I had stuff made for me, and it wasn't like just simple boxes. It was pretty intricate. I did it on purpose. With locks.
Do you think at that moment in time, because you had really good experience with them indeed, and that came back perfect, do you think that perhaps without you knowing and them informing you in truthfulness, they may have had some, you know, personnel that had left for competitors or anything like that? Because it's almost like unfathomable how they were able to produce initially and then all of a sudden seem to have not gotten the basics right.
Well, I think yes, I agree. I'm sure that's happened. I'm sure that something along those lines happened. We know for a fact that happened during the printing. I mean, you and I know that.
Yeah.
You know, they have the Monday employee and the Wednesday employee.
Yes.
You know, and there's.
Well, I think a lot of the keycap people have gotten that experience indeed.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they got replacements. So yeah, I think really there's something that changed. That I'm dealing with the same person all the time and dealing with his boss all the time the same way. And so later on we'll talk about the boss too. So I really think that was in the moment I was concerned. But when that got resolved and I got samples back and they locked and everything was fine, I'm like, okay, these are perfect. They work.
Yeah, huge
and,
milestone.
as you know, anybody who has
milestone.
keycaps right now, the plastic's amazing. I mean, it really is a nice. The texture is beautiful. Everything is perfect about it. The keycap. I'm really happy with the plastic the way it turned out.
Yeah.
And so I had a lot of confidence. So my confidence in the campaign is like it's one of these, like and then this, and then it's one of these, and then in the end it was like the dead patient.
Cardiac arrest. Yes.
So yeah, that's really it. Then we had the printing, at that point, the confidence just went into the drink as a result of that, and never came back at all. Except that, when it's good, it's great, and when it's bad, it's bad. And so at least there's like no real in between where you have to.
So kind of thinking about that, if you kind of look at it, the molds that they've got are great. Agree? In the state that they're in right now, they're great.
Yeah.
Their printing process that they've got is extremely employee dependent.
Did we talk about the printing last year? Because I don't think I knew last year what really happened there. I know now, of course.
Well, it might be good to do a quick recap on what had they said, how they would undertake the printing, and how did it actually end up.
At the very beginning of the campaign, basically, I had said I want these molds and I want a UV printing process. So UV printing is a UV ink that is sprayed out of it looks like it's an Epson print head, really. That's what it is. It's sprayed out, and it's a resin like your 3D resin printers is, but it's very thin, and it's UV sensitive. So when you spray, it has a UV light and it cures it instantly. So as soon as you print it, you can pick it up and you can scratch it with your nail, then they come off. It's perfect. And because it's a printer with forgot what the DPI is, but it's nuts. It's like 2,700 DPI or some crazy high. It's like so what they use it for typically. You'll see like iPhone cases and things like that. They got pictures and things. And then it has the ability, because it's an ink that is kind of thick in a way. They have topography capability, so you can actually do like oil painting, and you get the brush strokes and things like that. So it's really cool process that you can do. I just wanted text. I mean, and that's it.
Yeah,
and
so, very simple if you think about it.
Yeah, it's very simple. And I want to text on the base, and I want to text on the top. And so agreed to all that, agreed to pricing for that. I had all the information way in advance, and no problem, blah, blah, blah. We can do everything. And so when the molds got finished, we get ready to do the printing process, and they wanted all of the graphics. Because I said, here's the deal. I'm going to wait till you got everything done before I give you I gave them the text originally, so they give an idea of what it is. I said, but I'm going to give you finalized text because I'm still tweaking things here and there and make them match correctly. And I said, okay, no problem. And so when the models got done, and I said, okay, here's all the data. And they're like, well, we decided we can't print it with UV. It's like, well, what do you mean? What are you talking about? This is what we agreed to. We have a contract. This is an agreement. I don't understand. Well, we really can't do it. I'm like, well, where's that leave us? If you can't do it. And I'm thinking, I'm gonna have to get an attorney or something like that. Who knows what I'm gonna have to do, right? And so like, oh no, we can do a pad printing process. And so pad printing is much different than die sub printing. So die sublimation printing is what you see on typical PC keyboards. And so like my keyboard is die sub printed, and you notice that part of the text is missing over here. And so that's the problem with die sublimation, is your fingers wear it out. And my concern with pad printing was the same thing. It's like, granted, we're not going to type a million characters on a Commodore keyboard. I still wanted to make sure it was something that wasn't going to wear off or rub off with alcohol or whatever. And so I said, okay, send me samples. They sent me samples. I tried to scratch it off. I tried to rub it off. I took acetone, which melted the keycap. I mean, so to me, it was pretty impervious to a lot of chemicals. I said, that's fine. I'll go with this. And so I'd already paid them, I think, $1,200 for the fixture for the UV. And they wanted more money for doing the pad printing. And so they told me that they were going to do the pad printing a row at a time and with a machine. And so if you've ever seen any kind of videos of how pad printing works with that, basically they've got little stencils that I come across, and you dip these arms. They got these rubber pads on into the stencil, and it picks up the ink, and then it moves over, and then it does an entire, whatever the surface area is. In our case would be, 16 keycaps at once on the first row, 15, and then 14, 13, like that, each one of them. So each one of them is different. And so, long story short, it turns out that they made 237 individual stencils, and they did every single keycap individually by hand. Every one of them. That's 200. Well, there's 260 some thousand keycaps total ever produced. Not everyone was printed on the, in general, but not everyone's printed on the face. All are printed on the top except for the space bar. So there's a lot of individual prints, and so you have a single fixture with a stencil that gets used to, and everyone has to be hand aligned. Which means that it's that Monday.
Lots of opportunity for issues.
So I was never told this until late after I started getting keycaps, until actually until the whole fiasco happened. Like, oh yeah, we had to just, because I said, here's the deal. I like to see your setup and all that stuff. And I sent them a video of this whole thing. And there's a machine that's relatively inexpensive you can buy through AliExpress. And it actually is a mechanical machine where you load the stuff in, and then you do with a lever, do it this way, not electric one. And
Right.
it's pretty cheap, it's like $1,500 or whatever. So it's
Right.
pretty inexpensive for them. And so the advantage of doing an entire row at once is if you have something skewed just a little bit, the entire row is going to be skewed a little bit.
Right.
You're not going to notice it because all the keycaps
Right.
stay together. And the
Right.
reason why they all stay together is because when you injection mold something, the run of plastic that you're using could be slightly different colored from run to
Right.
run. And you don't want to have a row one of one, hue and a row two of another hue.
Right.
So all this has to be sorted together. So every time they do an injection, they pop it out and it goes into a bag and that stays together forever.
Yeah.
And that gets pulled out and should be put
Yeah.
onto a fixture.
Yeah.
And that's how that's supposed to work. Ha. So I'm thinking, that's how I found out about the fixture being the individuals. They told me after the fact of this fiasco. And had I known they were doing that in the beginning, I would have thrown a fit and not let them do that. I would have said, hey, you want to use printing?
Yeah.
I will pay for this machine because in the end, it would have been a whole lot cheaper.
Would have been much better than the headache.
And it would have saved us months upon months. I mean, people don't know how many samples. I have a few thousand samples of
Right.
keycaps that are printed that are wrong. I mean, individual keys, not
Right.
sets, but individual keys that are just wrong. And then some are just perfect.
Yeah.
I mean, like perfect. It's like, oh my gosh, if it's like this every time. So that's what we decided on the last batch I got in. It's like, all right, this is perfect. Don't
Yeah.
do anything different.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. They went in the full production of doing the printing, and then they started shipping out to the backers. So that was the other thing too. The reason why I wanted to use this company as well, just like the first company, the company that did the keyboard stuff, is that they had the capability of actually shipping directly.
Yeah, that was a huge item, man. That was a huge item.
They
Them
huge
being
factor.
able to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, if they didn't want to ship directly, I was not interested in using them.
Right.
Because the cost difference, and I had banked the entire campaign on what it cost
On that
to ship
model,
from
eh?
China.
On being able to get the subsidized China shipping, if you will.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And of course, we had the pandemic, so that increased the pricing. And as the years went by, the price of everything went up for shipping. So it no longer even come close to the shipping cost. But for a good example, Australia was bad, Netherlands, your homeland's bad, Sweden's bad, and there's another country that's particularly bad, some other country where the shipping collected from the campaign was like $12 or $15, but my cost to ship it was $35.
Yeah.
So every one of those, and I have to tell you, as you know, 80% of all the keycaps in the entire campaign went to Germany.
Yeah.
So, and the rest went to other countries. And so my shipping expense was nowhere near of what we collected for the campaign. And that's because what ended up happening is after the first batch went out to everybody and there were all these problems, we finally negotiated the fact that they're going to send me everything because they're going to ship out garbage at this point. They don't care.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure I'm not that way. I can't ship out stuff. Knowingly ship something that's bad is that's bad karma.
So to that point, at some point in time, you make that decision like, okay, why don't I have this whole thing sent to me? And it was desperation more than anything else, because at that moment in time, while you can go the legal route and all of that, none of that is a quick resolve. And none of that may actually resolve the actual end game, which is you're still going to have to ship them. So it may still come to you. So you might as well run that as a parallel track while you have it all shipped to you. Give us a little bit of what were they going to send you? How many?
They printed everything.
There?
So they had printed everything. Of course, I got an attorney.
Yeah.
And the attorney basically had to contact, this company and say, this is a contract that you have. This is an agreement you have, and you need to abide by this agreement. And of course, it's one of those things too, is that because didn't jump on an airplane. Of course, it was really, I don't think at that time we could even get on planes.
No, it wasn't possible yet. I think it was.
So I relying on an attorney in China to handle business for the Chinese company, you're always a little skeptical about, are these guys talking, after your phone call, they're like, don't worry about it, I'll handle this guy. Have no idea what they're going to do. So what we negotiated was the fact that they didn't want to ship anymore. That was the whole thing. They refused to be shipping, period.
Yeah.
And they'd already produced all the keycaps, printing was done, everything was done.
Yeah.
And we agreed that they would just ship me everything at their expense. And they would replace any keycap that was printed incorrectly. So that was the agreement that we came to. And like, okay. So we we got the keycaps in. I never forget that. So they sent me a picture. Here's crazy. It's one of those things that, you know, you got this little inkling of things that is going to be a problem. They sent me a picture of all the boxes together to be shipped.
Yeah.
There are 31 boxes total, big boxes. You know?
Yeah.
UPS, they give me UPS tracking numbers for everything. Well, UPS does not ship boat, you know, freight, ocean freight directly to. So clearly what they were doing, they were shipping it to somebody they knew in the United States.
Yeah.
And then they were shipping it from there to me via UPS.
Yeah.
Okay. So when I got the tracking numbers, which was really on, this is probably 3 or 4 weeks before they arrived.
Right.
There were 25 tracking numbers. In the picture, there were 31 boxes.
Oh gosh.
So they shorted me a lot. In fact, I can tell you how many they shorted me. It's a little bit amazing. I think I shared some of this with either you guys or.
Yeah, I've seen some of it. Yeah.
Yeah, you see. Let's go look at the. I'll find it here while we're chatting. Inventory sheet, color selections. Ledger. Okay, there it is. Okay, so, well, first of all, they had to correct all the problems with the keycaps that they made mistakes on. So typically, the mistakes that we found were the letters L and O and the equals key.
Yeah, the equals sign. Yeah,
almost all of those were bad for whatever reason. Yeah, and I'm not sure, but that's how it turned out. So they agreed to make all brand new of those. So I requested one replacement for every single set, which means they should have sent me 19,951 replacements that I had to ship out for to swap into sets. Because remember, they sent out, I did this in 3 batches. Basically, the shipping was in 3 batches. They shipped the first batch, I ended up shipping the second and the third batch. So they're supposed to be evenly divisible in 3 batches. And the reason why I did that is just in case there was a problem with the first batch with everybody, which what happened. So I'm grateful that I didn't go, ship everything out, because that would have been an even bigger nightmare. So they sent me 19,951. Well, I requested that many, but they needed to replace. They sent me 11,401 too many of O, L, and equals. And then they shorted me thousands of keycaps of the other colors. So that's why I have no black and I have no clear. And I remember, so when I ordered all these, I ordered all for the campaign, and then I ordered a whole bunch extra for me to have for cbmstuff.com to sell. And I figured, okay, there's so much money tied up in this. I mean, it's such a loss. And I thought, okay, we can actually maybe recoup or
some of it with the commercial sale.
With the sales, like, cool, I'll do that. That's fine. So
like, hallelujah, you actually thought of that, because you're gonna.
Oh, it turned out that there were only 2 people, actually 3 people, that didn't get black. Okay. And one person didn't get clear that they had requested for colors. Everything else I had, and that's only because I ordered, 50 to 100 more sets of each color than we needed. If I hadn't done that, we would have been really in the hole. So, I mean, it's not like a little bit of keycaps. I mean, there's a few 100,000 keycaps in this whole thing. It's crazy how many actual raw keycaps there are. It's nuts.
So if you think about that, so they just they ship these boxes to your doorstep, but they're, you've had by that time on that first batch so many quality complaints, of which 3 keys have become very clear that they.
Well, those are bad. Then we have problems with like the wrong key. How you do this, I have no clue. The wrong keycap printed on the wrong row. So
Yeah.
you know, like a row one
Yeah,
keycap. So real quick recap on the keycaps, on the keyboard itself. Every row is a different shape.
right.
So there's 4 different shapes. And
Yeah.
so sometimes you run into like the number 1 keycap, and that was printed on a row 4. So you go put it on the keyboard, completely the wrong shape.
Sure.
So that happened not a lot. Maybe I think we had maybe 100 times that's happened. I mean, that's a lot in general,
Yeah.
you know, scheme of things.
Yeah.
But not a lot compared to the OL and equals. The mass majority of all the keycap or the keyboards themselves would have had that problem if we shipped
Yeah.
everything out that way.
Whatever employee that was at least blind, but probably
No, and-
drunk as well.
And here's the kicker too. And so I didn't even know this was a problem at first because of you, because the problem only occurred on the white printed keycaps.
Right.
Everything printed in black, which is all the colors you got for that you wanted. Those,
Yeah.
and you're like, you told me even like mine are fine.
Yeah, mine are fine. Yeah, because I
Everything
was
that's
one of
black.
the very first
Yeah.
to receive indeed. Yeah.
Yeah, so everything was printed in black, never had a problem. It's only the ones that were printed in white, and it wasn't 100% of them. It was probably like 80% of them that were bad.
Right.
And so they made me all these. So that was our agreement, was they would ship me the stuff, they would ship me replacements for all these, they would pay for it at their expense to ship it to me. And so I negotiated it with this guy's boss, who resigned after it because she was under so much pressure from the owner about, you know, agreeing to this. She ended up resigning as a result of that.
Yeah.
So it was a big deal for them. And so the day arrives, well, Friday, UPS truck rolls up. I had them shipped to my shop, and I get what, 5 boxes or 6 boxes, and that was it. And so I'm like, what is going on? You know, no. And so I'm expecting 31 boxes because that's what I saw in the picture, but I knew they had only given me 25, you know, tracking numbers.
Yeah.
And so that was on a Friday. So Monday rolls around, I get, I think, 8 more boxes, and then
Right.
Tuesday I get like, you know, 6 more boxes, and then finally the last day I got all the boxes. So I got everything, but it was in fact 25 boxes, and that's when, you know, we spent weeks literally sorting out all the stuff and figuring out how many is missing, and so that was the.
So tell a little bit about that, because you kind of glimpse over that, eh? And we spoke to Gideon earlier today. Open up a box. Tell me, what is, you got a box, you open it up, what are you finding?
Well, you open a box and it looks a lot like your package, in fact, where it's just, so we've got, so what they had done is that every single color was just haphazardly thrown into boxes.
Yeah.
So of those 25 boxes, everything had to be open. Then we had to sort them by colors. Now you got to remember, so this is the main keycaps.
Yeah.
And then there is, I didn't bring any with me, but there's the large keycaps.
The
which
large
is
keycaps,
spacebar, the 2 shift keys, the control key, the restore key, and the return key. So those are also in a package.
Yeah.
And then there is the function keys, which
The
is a
function
separate
key,
package.
yeah.
And they're all mixed together, all the boxes. There's no color coordination of anything whatsoever. So that's what we see.
all shoveled
And I'm
in.
kind of excited because, like, oh, I got keycaps. You know, like, you know,
Yeah.
I've never seen some of these colors actually. I said it's like a single sample, but I never saw a complete full set myself. And there's people in the wild already had full sets, and they were showing pictures of things I've never even seen before.
Right.
So I thought it was cool. So immediately I grab a keycap set and go, you know, stick it on the keyboard and look at it and go, yep, the O, the L, and the equal. And
Yep.
what really made it stand out is the O is twisted to the right, the
Yeah.
L is twisted to the left.
Yeah.
And they're next to each other, so it looks like they're like this.
Yeah.
They're like they're really
Yeah,
twisted.
yeah.
And then the equals is, you know, it's 2 horizontal lines. So any kind of a tilt at all, it's really
Yeah,
noticeable.
immediately
And so
notice. Right.
yeah. So once I figured that out, once we got all those things sorted as far as color goes and all these bins, then we have to figure out count wise. We got to count everything up and figure out how many of each we've
Right.
got. And that's
Right.
when I really knew that we were really in trouble because it didn't have anywhere near what they're supposed to ship to me. And then
Okay.
they did ship the colors that I had ordered. So I ordered special colors for me. And I'll give you an idea of how wonky this whole thing is. So I'm a huge fan of the SX64. And so I had SX64 gray made.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
cool. It's like a medium gray.
Yep. Yep.
So I had 50 sets of these, and they were going to be exclusively available from me, and I wanted them for me. And then, so I'm all excited, everything, and we're looking at the keycaps and they look pretty good. They have bad OL and equals, so we're busy replacing those and
Right.
bagging. We ended up bagging up OL and E's and making bags. Instead of trying to stick them into every single one of them, it was a lot easier. Just my wife sat in front of the TV for hours. I sat in front of the TV for days, it seems like, putting OL and equals in a little tiny bag of each color, throw it in a bin. So we have every single color, a big bin of each one of them with OL and equals in it. Okay.
How many?
So,
How many in total?
20-some thousand. Yeah, it's crazy how many we got. So this is the function keys for the.
Yeah.
I can actually
Yep.
get this to focus. So this is F7, F8,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
which is looks good. And then you've got, the F1 and F2.
Yeah.
And then I've got this beautiful one, which is F5 and F6. And then we have F3. Actually, it's upside down, F3, and then nothing.
Oh, great.
Every single set was printed with this missing.
Holy moly.
So, and this is the one I wanted. So luckily, all the other sets are printed correctly, as far as the, printed for face and top as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
So these are the ones that are missing, but basically it ruins your whole entire set at
Yes.
that point. If you're gonna do a
Yes.
whole set of gray.
Yeah.
And so I also had other colors made for me. So for the SX64, I had SX64
Yeah.
blue.
Yeah.
To go with it. And of course, these are not printed. None of them are printed. So I have this, I've got 100 sets of these, and I'm 100 sets of what we call CPC red, for the old CCP.
Yeah.
computers. So it's like kind of a maroonish red color, and they're not printed as well. So I thought, well, I've got a UV printer here. I could actually UV print those myself because there's not a lot of them, yada, yada. And so, yeah, that's the kind of dilemma I've dealt with this factory. And so right now where we stand is, after a lot of legal back and forth, is the molds are going to be going to another factory.
Okay.
Tentatively. It's kind of up in the air a little bit in one way, because they made an offer that was kind of a good deal. The reality is that the plastic's perfect. It's just the printing we've had a problem with.
Yeah.
I've never had a problem with the plastic really at all. A couple of things that are wrong, where they didn't let the injection cycle go long enough. And we noticed, like with space bar, usually on the space bar, it wants to pop off. But also on the space bar, there was another thing that I forgot to tell people about as well. Commodore made 2 space bars. Shock.
Only
And,
2.
yeah, only 2. Well, 2 that I know of. We talked to Bill Hurd. He said there's 5 different keyboards that they made. So, who knows?
God knows.
And so the keyboard, the space bar itself has these ribbing inside to prevent it from twisting really easily.
Yeah.
And so inside that ribbing, there's the rib can be the full height of the stem piece, or it could be way up inside.
Okay.
And Commodore changed the spring based on where that ribbing is.
Yeah.
So if you've got a ribbing that's really high in your original keyboard, and you're going to put this on there, it works fine, because it's actually, no, it doesn't work. It's the other way around. It doesn't work because I made the ribbing all the way down on mine,
Okay.
just so that if you have a short spring, it would still work. Otherwise, you'd have to get a long spring. So what you have to do is you have to notch that little ribbing area so the spring can sit up inside of it, and then it fits fine and it's not too hard. Otherwise, it wants to pop the keycap off, because it really is a lot of.
Yeah.
So one other thing we learned about the keyboard that we didn't know, until they were all shipped out as well. So that factory, they want to make plastic still. And of course, the other factory that I found another factory that somebody I've been using for 17, 18 years for doing other types of work, some PCBA stuff, a lot of CNC machining. It turns out that they actually do plastic injection, they do UV printing, they do all kinds of stuff. And I had known that in the beginning, I would have used that company from the start, because I've used them for so long with 0 issues whatsoever.
Okay.
But neither here nor there. Of course, they looked at the molds and then went over to the factory and they did inspection of the mold. And they're like, yeah, these are horrible. And of course, I knew they were going to say that, because it's, they want me to make molds with them type of thing.
Right.
But, we can use them if you have to, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
And so, but the cost is a lot higher, because they want to go and change things or whatever.
Sure.
So in the very beginning of this campaign, I wanted to be able to have the molds made so that a new bottom mold could be used for Cherry MX switches. So
Okay.
we retain the top shape,
Yeah.
but the bottom now fits a Cherry MX switch instead of fitting the standard Commodore stem.
Yeah.
And so they made the mold for me that way. So it's ready to go to be interfaced to a new different bottom mold.
Right.
And it's like, however they do their gating and things like that, they needed to do.
Right.
So I actually paid personally for the chunk of steel that they use to carve out to make the mold.
Right.
They CNC it and then EDM it. And
Yeah.
so they have all that. So it's one of those things like, well, I hate to use them because of the experience we've had, but I hate to switch to somebody else and have to
throw out
process again.
Investment. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's one of those things like, well, but they are literally a half hour away from each other, or 45 minutes away from each other. And so I can have them shipped to get UV printed. So that won't be an issue if I go that route. I'm still kind of skittish about the whole thing, but we have a much better report today than we did,
How about shipping them? Would you still get them shipped to you, or what would that?
No. That's the other thing too, is that I would have this company I've been dealing with forever shipped directly. So, and they do like color printed boxes and instruction manuals, and they can do every single thing. And so they do PCBA. And so literally it's a one-stop shop.
Okay.
But they got you do everything. And that's kind of my goal. So I don't want to have to ship anything. I don't mind shipping from the US. I don't mind shipping overseas. The problem is cost. I mean, it's way
it's not.
cheaper.
Yeah, it's that. It's just at the end, the buyer would just pay a lot more if it had to go.
It would. And one thing your brothers in Netherlands have found out is that shipping to the US sometimes, not always, but sometimes results in a high duty fee.
Yeah.
No matter what the cost is, even if you ship it as a gift, they still like a $20 service fee to deliver the package type of thing. And when it's shipped from China, there is no.
It doesn't seem to happen.
No, it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
And so that's another huge advantage for the community if I can do it, shipped from there type of thing.
Yeah.
So in the future, going forward, I really want to make keycaps because I'm honestly pretty far upside down on this project right now.
Right.
So it'd be nice to be able to at least recoup that. It's not like obviously it was never going to be a money, making venture.
No. But at least, you can chip away at some of the losses made in this. Now, where are people? Email 164 was the last email. The campaign is officially closed.
No, it's not actually. So here's the deal, and I have to actually look into this a little bit more with talk to somebody at Indiegogo about it. So there are 16 people that are unreachable. I have tried everything under the sun for 2.5 years to try to reach them, to get them to pick their color.
Okay.
And no response for anybody. And so that's a problem. And so until you actually ship to every single backer, you can't close your campaign type of thing. So I got to figure out what to do about that whole thing. And then there are 7 people currently that I have shipped to that the packages have come back. Everybody else has received theirs.
Okay.
There's 17 people currently that have issues with keycaps that I'm working on, and I apologize everybody. The last 3-4, almost 4 weeks now, where I've not been very much available, but we went to VCF West and we had our little virus fun, and so basically I didn't do anything for many weeks because of that whole issue. But so I'm back on it now. So once those 17 people are done, anybody else that has a problem, they can contact me and I'll replace OL and equals or whatever is wrong with your keycaps. David Youd knows pretty much what's wrong with all of them because I've been giving him we call the Youd collection, which is the ones that are really wrong. Yeah, where like the face print is 90 degrees on the side of the keycap, or crazy things that happen that make no sense whatsoever.
Yeah.
So things like that are wrong. I've been replacing even things that I don't think are really wrong. I've been replacing a lot of stuff as well, because some of our keyboards that we've got, original keyboards from Commodore, I got ones that are really bad that I'd like to call Commodore up and get.
Well, I've got a few hundred keyboards, so I can concur. I can concur that they came out of the factory like that. That's not how they've been stored or anything else. You're not unique. There is. This was by design. It's amazing. It's amazing, actually, really, if you think about it. How this thing was brought to a successful end, because let's be clear, the people that haven't been able to make choices, they may have had other reasons or whatever. And I hope at some point in time you'll just do the Wheel of Fortune on the collar and say, congratulations, this is now your collar. I've tried long enough.
Well, I'm hoping the address is correct still.
Well, yeah, I hope so too. And otherwise, you know, they'll
Yeah.
pop up at some point in time when they start working on their retro hobby again, I'm sure. But you know, that's pretty good. That's after. Have you kind of like the days? You kind of should have had like a prison calendar on the wall. You know, that you got a nice spot there. You know, where you could just put a little.
Yeah, I
scratch
probably
in
should have
there.
done that. A lot of days. I mean, it's like what Gideon was talking about earlier. I mean, my wife has helped dramatically with all the stuff, and it's you know, become a family affair type of thing. But the amount of time that you spend on it, and you know, so we're
Yeah, let's
really
be
the same
yeah,
way.
and let's be
We
clear.
make 17 cents an hour. You know, I mean, it's
Let's be clear. This has been completely labor of love. If anybody thinks that a dime was made on this, man, here
so
you go.
people have asked me, well, why did you just give up? And so for me, that's a pretty simple answer.
Yeah.
I've been developing products for Commodore professionally since 1983.
Yeah.
That's when I had, well, before that I did VIC-20 stuff and things like that, but my true professional, where I've got advertisements and magazines, things like that. That's to me is a professional. So 83. And so all the way up until, you know, a little after 2000, I was still doing Commodore stuff. That's my day job. That was my job. And so I have a reputation of making all these products, you know, dozens upon dozens of products. And the last thing I want to do is like, oh, that guy sucks. You know, I don't want to have that kind of reputation. So I don't give up on anything anyway, but that's, to me, it was really about that more than anything. It's like, well, I'm going to push through this because I don't want to have this in my legacy, you know, 50 years from now, somebody clicks on it and they're like, oh, there's Jim Butterfield, there's Jim Drew. Like, oh, that guy sucked.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
we don't want to ever, you know, talk about that guy.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was why I said I'm really, to me, it was about reputation more than anything else. I want to get it done.
Well, that's good now because there's a lot of people that, for very good reason, I would say, that chose not to enter the campaign just because they may have backed the first one already and said, you know, that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, you know, to have lost and then to try and put in something exactly the same, you know. So I bless them. I agree with them. They're going to have to be more patient because there might be there might be I'll call it might be instead of where you say there will be, there might be new keycaps coming at some point in time, but you're going to have to be patient until that is all worked out, because you know it is a, you know, the end product is very cool. I got a whole big bag. I've got all the cool colors, by the way. For
Right.
those
So people that don't know, this is
original
Yuri. This
keycap
is the
sets.
guy that's responsible. So these are Yuri's colors, by the way. So
Exactly. You know, if you've got any fashion style, those are the three colors that are going to be most desirable. So if you hadn't ordered those, I feel sorry for you.
So when I was trying to figure out colors, like Yuri's like, well, we got to do some Euro colors. Like,
Exactly.
what's the Euro colors? Like, oh, bright. It's got to be bright. I'm like, okay.
So those,
the,
and they're cool. It's just very cool to be able to kind of have those machines. And of course, the demo scene in Europe is super alive. That's cool to use.
Yeah.
To use these keycaps. So hopefully you'll be able to work out a new model with it looks like a combination of at least two companies.
Yeah.
That will get to that finish line. Now, how much have you got left yourself? Because I know that as part of CRX event, you have put on for auction.
Yeah, so I was apparently a dummy. I put a buy it now for them. They're all gone off the auctions.
Oh, okay. So that's thank the standard eBay setup for that. You know, maybe.
Yeah. I was hoping they would not do that, but they did. So they all got good prices for them, so that's fine.
That's good. Bless them. Thank you for being smart and quick there.
Yeah,
maybe
they're done.
How many are left? How many are left still? A handful here or there?
Okay, so if I pull up the ledger, I can tell you.
And by the way, they're not on the website. They're not for sale. People.
No,
don't
and
even
everyone
go there.
emails me every day about it. And I was really planning on putting them on the website when I got back from VCF Midwest, but the whole, you know, being sick thing, that put a kibosh on it. And it actually just basically took my entire life and killed a month of it really. So like I was supposed to release the new Indiegogo campaign today for the bling board. So we'll talk about that in a little while.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we'll talk
that
about
was
that.
that's got delayed because of it as well. So I have, let's see, I have negative 63 sets of black. Negative, so 10. I have 188 sets total between all the colors left.
Wow.
That's it.
Yeah.
I should have had 850. So that's how many sets.
So, and I think that gives good perspective. So for people, in order for you, after all this malarkey going on with this external company, and you at the end caving in, let's call it what it is.
Yeah.
Caving and saying, just send me the stuff because I just, I'm not going to disappoint the entire group just because of this dispute going on.
Right.
You effectively gave up your entire opportunity to try and work towards a break even or some rebalance.
Yeah, well, I had to take care of the
Because you
back.
had to steal. It was really rob Peter to pay Paul.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, to me, the backers were the most important thing because the people that funded this whole thing.
Yeah.
And I have to tell you, I was stunned.
Rob Jim to pay the community, which is, I think it's testament to you on how you've led this entire campaign. You've been true to your word. You've been communicating wherever you could. You've been honest on where you were stuck. People have seen the down, and people have seen like, okay, he's like now at the bottom, and he doesn't quite know where to go anymore. And then when there was a breakthrough, you've communicated that as well. So I think that's been really, really good. I think people can, maybe collect these emails and print them out on tractor paper. I know that Matt has got some tractor paper for sale if you still need some. You got a box that came from Canada, and print it next, so sit next to your bling type of setup with beautiful keys.
So I wanted to say one thing real quick. I did get donations from people. So actually, people were bugging me about putting donations up because of the shipping offset thing. So I had 67 people donate, and they donated between $5 and $50. Wow. So I think I had a little over $1,000, which was great. I appreciate that. And so honestly, I'll tell you what I did with the money. That money went back into the shipping, because a lot of cases where this is really strange too. So when you can ship USPS and you can choose between ground and then priority, and the difference is like 80 cents. I just paid the 80 cents, so you get a priority. So it made no sense to me for you to wait 5 extra days as opposed to, waiting 2 days. So I would say the most of that money went actually back into the shipping so we could expedite the people getting their stuff back out. Because to me, the backers are the most important thing. I mean, it's everybody needed to get their, they've waited a long time, granted, but still, to me, every single day counts. And that's why I did things like that.
Yeah. And I can understand that because, it's funny, because you're always working on the next third project. I'm used to talking to you about the project that comes after the project that hasn't even started yet.
Right. Yeah.
So, and I know that was the case for the keyboard campaign as well, because you had a bigger plan. The keyboard, to me, I always have interpreted that the keycaps was just to kind of settle a score. You had signed up for the original keyboard a keycap campaign of someone else. You never received that, and that stopped basically a plan that you had all along to kind of go to a next stage after you would have that. So talk a little bit about that, because now finally there's end in sight.
Yeah.
End in sight with the keyboard keycap.
Right. So we've got great molds, for the keycaps. Yeah. And so making a new bottom mold for a different type of, stem is not that big of a deal, especially, a simple plus symbol with no locks, no latches, no nothing. It's very, very simple. And so that's kind of where we're headed. Is I wanted to make a, mechanical keyboard replacement. And this was, I don't even know if the mech board was even out yet or an idea yet. I don't remember. But I actually looked at one, and there were a lot of things about it that were great and a lot of things about it I didn't like. And so I kind of worked around what I thought would be the better solution for everything. And I spent a lot of time making prototypes and various things. And so on the mech board, you're at the mercy of using original keycaps because that's the way it is. So you have to have an adapter for a Commodore stem to a Cherry MX stem.
Yeah.
When you do that, there's, it changes the height of it. It's a little bit wobbly as a result of that. So it doesn't have a really good feel to it. But, it's a great idea as far as making something that's a better keyboard. Because let's face it, 64 keyboard, it's not a great one to type on.
Sucks bad.
And I look at it back.
It's punishment to have to imagine that we would make school reports on this, which we then would print out on tractor paper to then for many people bring to school, and the teachers say, well, we can't accept it because not everybody has a computer. Where you were thinking like, have you understood what kind of struggle I went through to actually type this on this incredibly poor keyboard? Of course,
hitting the key over and over and over again.
The day of today, I know that Zoom's background pop filter was modeled after Commodore 64 grown-up users still using keyboards today. I still hack on my keyboard as a result of the poor keyboard we had back in 1983.
Yeah. Well, you gotta remember, so developers that didn't have cross-assembler setups, which didn't exist early on, I probably typed hundreds of thousands of lines of code on an original keyboard, using Commodore's assembler and Develop 64 and all the different products that I used to create software back in the day, because we didn't have Photoshop and things like that. We had to do everything in QualiPad and QualiPad and typing. So that's where like the CBM Program Studio thing that we'll talk with Arthur tomorrow about. That's the godsend for today. I can't imagine having to do it now. But here's the thing, though, that I've typed on this keyboard a lot. This prototype I did, it's great. I mean, I would have loved to have it back then. It's super nice. So yeah, it's kind of like why I really wanted to do an actual keyboard replacement, and that's kind of what my thought was going into the original keycap campaign as well. If I do a new keyboard, maybe I can get a new bottom mold made. I don't have to have an adapter piece for it. So I looked at all kinds of different things, and so that's when we kind of learned about all the different idiosyncrasies of Commodore's keyboards. Where the problem with the mech board. And people are kind of mad at me about my keycaps work great on the mech board with adapters, but if I make this Klingboard project, the keycaps will not work with a mech board.
Right.
And the reason being is that Commodore's keyboards are off center for the function keys.
Right.
So if you look at function key here, like pull one out of here, you can look at the function keys and you're going to see that it's off center of the keycap.
Yeah.
Okay, same thing with the restore key, the control key, and the shift key, the same way. And so you have to have, and what I don't like about these, of course, is that when you push this down, you can immediately see it actually twists, it actually bends. Yeah. So I didn't like that. Same thing with all the keys are that way, that I didn't really like.
Well, so, I think that's an important thing to address. The Mac keyboard, it's a great solution.
Oh, it is. It's
for a problem that existed,
yeah.
But it's a solution that had to cater for what else was available, which is the standard keys of a C64.
Yeah,
and that makes perfect sense. And people have been making these, and some really crafty people have even been making them for the community. All good to them. But if you would take a clean sheet approach to a proper keyboard for a C64, and you would not have the limitation of the existing keycaps as the C64 had, you would never design it like that. And there's nothing against it. It's against the original design of the original keyboard that's causing that.
So in the twist of things, this is a 64 keyboard, obviously.
Yeah.
And notice that the keys are dead
they're
center.
In the middle, of course.
Yeah, so this is one of Commodore's keyboards they had made, and they're all centered correctly like this.
Yeah.
They also don't have springs. They have just like a Cherry MX switch where it just pops on top of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right. So taking a clean slate approach to this and looking at the mech board for the things that I didn't like about it. obviously the key being centered is a problem. But the other thing that I had too is that, so this is a 3D printed, I actually 3D printed this in my resin printer. This is like what the mech board uses.
Yeah.
Ooh, my videos went crazy. So this is a frame on the mech board. It's steel or aluminum that's bent, and it's all punched out. Super nice. I mean, it's beautiful work they do with it. And so to me, the issue is that if you want to replace the space bars switch to something that's stiffer or clicky or whatever.
Yeah.
The way this is designed is that all these little keycaps, they snap in place into your aluminum.
Right.
And you flip it over, you put the circuit board on top of it, and you solder all the switches. Okay. So to get a single switch out, you have to really desolder the entire thing, pull the circuit board out, pull this thing out, and then swap it. Because when it snaps in place, the little flanges are inside of here. I guess you could cut it out with a Dremel tool or something and then try to do it that way. But how are you going to get the switch and solder? I mean, it's a nightmare, really. So
not ideal.
I mean, it's a perfect solution for what it was designed for.
Yeah.
But for us, for a clean slate solution, I decided to do something different. And so what I ended up doing was, this is a original prototype. This is the rail assembly design that bolts to the circuit board, and the switches are raised. Yeah. And so this has the overall height that's identical to the original one. And that's how it ended up being. And so it uses traditional type of stabilizers, like the stabilizer here, and also a stabilizer for the, where's the return key? Right there.
Yeah.
So it's got stabilizers. Looks like a regular PC keyboard. So it's built a lot like a PC keyboard. That's really what it's built, but the form factor to fit inside of the C64 housing.
Right.
And that's, I've had that prototype for a couple of years, and then let me pull this out, because this is the actual pre-production unit. So this is what it looks like when you are done, and you can see all the keycaps are like this, and stabilizers and all this, and so it's, you can change, you can use whatever you wanted for stiffness. These particular ones are the Gatron yellow, and they are identical to what the 64 is originally, but just a tad bit softer than the 64. Because the 64, the spring is too progressive. I think when you push it down, it's harder and harder. This is a little more linear. It's a better. And then, like any kind of a regular PC keyboard, the clicky noise that you hear is the thing bottoming it out. A lot of people, I didn't realize that keyboards were the thing until I went online, look at the forums.
Oh my goodness.
Man, these guys take it serious.
Oh my goodness. And there's another rat hole to get yourself involved in for a hobby.
Yeah, it's crazy. Look at people like $1,000 into a keyboard. So you could get little rubber O-rings that go around the switch, and it deadens the sound, and you can change how much compression there is. I mean, so you can do all of that with this because it's a regular PC style keyboard. And so when I was designing this is really literally the finished version of it with the rails and stuff. I was thinking, well, I want LEDs for one thing. I want to have RGB LEDs, so every single color is individually addressable on every single key. And the way these are done, there's actually a small window inside of, please focus.
On the top there.
There it goes. So there's a window in there, and that's where the LED sits in. So the LED is actually inside the keycap, and so it illuminates the entire unit really well. And so if you look online, there's this age-old argument, what they call north and south LEDs. And so do you put the LED above the keycap, or do you put the LED below the keycap, or the center line of the keycap? And so what I had found is definitely north is the way to go, because the viewing angle, when you're looking at a keyboard, you're going to just see at an angle like this, the LED shines through it. So it makes it almost dead center of it. So that works out really well. Otherwise, like this is a south version of it. You can see the LEDs are right on the edge. And so when it lights up, you can really just see the LEDs. And it makes no sense to do it this way. But you gotta try. And so I made the board. Another one looks like this. So all the LEDs are here. There's
Yeah.
70 LEDs, there's 70 capacitors,
Yeah.
and there's 66 switches that go into it, and that makes up the entire thing. And so the electronics, I thought a much better way to handle this, because circuit boards are expensive. The large boards, the bigger the board is, the more expensive it is. And these are quite expensive when you get to this size, or like the C64 size board is really expensive in production wise. To me, it made more sense just to do a very simple board like this that was the end all for holding just the switches. And then the electronics wise, I've got two connectors, one at each different location where the C64C or the breadband
because of the cable, where the cable is comes
and then
out.
so instead of doing electronics built into it, if you wanted to change the electronics for some reason, like have different features, it made a lot more sense to me that I did it as a plug-in module.
Oh, great.
So basically you can just plug the module into either side, depending on which keyboard you've got. And then now you plug this into your 64. And if you want to change the module, you just change it to be whatever. And so I want to do an Indiegogo campaign because I'm still a little leery about this whole thing being done.
Of course, another Indiegogo.
So, I mean, the thing is that, again, so this was not about reputation so much as about, I don't know if people are really interested in the keyboard. And I don't want to go.
I think, you know, and I remember way at the start of these keycaps, you had a pretty good idea indicative of what the previous campaign had looked like. So you had a little bit more certainty with a keyboard. I think we're going to have to set up some guessing game maybe before you would launch, even just see what comes closest.
She was close. Right. So I mean, I was really actually very surprised that the Keycap campaign got funded because of the phase 5 problem. And you know, the bad taste people had in their mouths of the original campaign.
Oh, I totally agree.
So I was very surprised. So for this one, I don't know.
Actually, you've heard, it's interesting, eh? You've actually heard, remember we were at VCF Midwest where you brought a very limited amount of sets with you for people to buy there. The amount of people that came by and said, oh, I know about the Keycap campaign. I came in extra early to Midwest to buy one because I did not take the risk on the Indiegogo that you had launched. Yeah,
actually, I don't think there was anybody that bought Keycap sets that actually backed them on the campaign.
Right.
So, and that's great, but I'm a little bit leery about this. And so what this requires a new bottom mold. So that's a tooling cost. And it requires molds for the frame assembly.
So the frame assembly,
I designed this where basically it's one half.
Hold on, Jim. The frame assembly is the piece that mounts the keyboard to the C64 bottom.
Correct. So there's actually two frames, and they're the exact same frame, but you can flip it around 180 degrees. So you get two of them in a kit. And so the hole spacings are, you see the different hole spacings, that's designed for fitting all the different configurations. And so there'd be basically two of these, but it's one mold that makes a single frame piece. And then I also wanted to have the stabilizers made as well, because buying stabilizers is insanely expensive. You can spend $50 on a set of stabilizers. It's crazy. If you want to have them, like, there's ball bearing stabilizers. I mean, I can't imagine why you do things like, but I just want a very simple stabilizer that works with, you know, a wire that's bent and all this stuff. So there's tooling costs for the bending of the wire. There's tooling costs for the stabilizer. Stabilizers can be put into the frame mold. We call it a family mold. So they can all be done together as a set. So you get, you know, two of these and you get actually two of those. I'm gonna figure that out. I can gate them, I guess. So have those done because I don't think people want to use PC stabilizers. Now, I have to tell you that on this particular keyboard that I put together, I went and bought off of Amazon original. These are actual PC stabilizers that you can buy. This little, or there it is, little wire, and actually these bolt in. They've got screws. And where the other ones that I had done here, these stabilizers, you can see here. Where's my camera? These actually snap in place. They're just like two little clips.
Yeah, I see it.
So they just snap in place. So that's really what we really need is that. But apparently, because keyboards are a thing, those can rattle or move, and it changes how the keyboard sounds and how it feels. And so there's people that actually have got rubberized pads for the stabilizers, so you can adjust how it sounds when you hit the key. And so by having this assembly itself, made. So actually this assembly, because it's actually the PC, that does it. You can see where the stabilizers go. They're on the bottom here.
Yeah.
There, and then the return key stabilizers
Yeah.
go here. There's two of them right there. So by having those exactly like PC setup, you can use PC parts if you want to. So if you want to go to Amazon
so
and
people
buy,
can go upgrade to the platinum
yeah,
version.
you can do whatever you want to do, and as far as that goes. So I made it as universal as humanly possible. And so then I'm thinking about, and I've talked to you guys obviously about this. Do you make this as a turnkey? Do you make it as a kit? I mean, do you provide the switches themselves? Because you can buy switches anywhere.
Yeah.
These are kind of specialized switches in a way, because Gatron makes them with the window for the LED to pass through, but a lot of companies are doing that now too. So they're not the only company. Switches aren't too expensive. I went to Gatron and to find out when I could buy them. You have to buy, 50,000 switches at a time.
Yeah.
And so how many keyboards is that? There's 66 keys or switches I need, and I divide it by 50,000. Like, okay, that's a lot of keyboards you got to sell where you can actually make any real money on that. Not so much money, but
even your expense,
rate.
before even breaking even.
Yeah. So I'm looking at basically I'm gonna have probably, because I'm not going to be making these myself, thank God. These are made by the company and the factory. So I want to do a kit, and I want to do a fully assembled version.
Wow.
And I want to have them available that way. So it either comes with switches or it doesn't. I also want to do just a raw circuit board with a frame. So you can provide your own switches and use whatever color keyboard or keycaps. Because that's another thing too. I'm not going to produce all the colors probably that we did for the keycap campaign for this. Okay. I'll produce ones that are popular. Like
because you have good information on that now, eh?
Absolutely, I have a completely.
Plus
tell you right now, orange
colors may be more suitable for under keyboard lighting as well. I would
true, that's very true. Yeah, I may make other colors that are better, much better. So I know from history, looking at my ledger, what was sold and all that stuff. Orange, #1 failure for these. I have a gazillion orange. I have a gazillion orange ones. But the #1 selling function key is orange.
That's crazy.
And so because of the fact that there were 2 molds made, one mold for this keycap set, and then one mold for the large, which includes the function keys. Yeah. I had to order enough of all of those where literally the large keys are disposable just to get the function keys.
Right.
And so that I have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of orange. Yeah. Ridiculous amount of orange. Because orange wasn't very popular for these or the space bar and all that stuff, but it was #1 for function keys because that's the silver labeled 64s and all those use orange. Yeah. So, but I got some good history on what we need for color wise, and like I said, it's the different colors of maybe lighter, as far as the translucent color goes. So the translucent black right now is pretty black. If you go into the Discord, you can see what it looks like with somebody did a mech board with it with the blue LEDs. Looks great, that color, but it might look better, a little bit lighter. Not as dark of a. So
the opacity, change the opacity.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so not as dark. So I think the opacity right now we're using is 60%. Yeah. And so maybe going to a 50 or a 40% might be better. Yeah. For backlighting and stuff. And so I'll post in the Discord some videos I did of the keyboard lighting up. Yeah. And literally it can do any kind of patterns and all that stuff. And so that kind of depends on how that whole thing works out with. Another reason why I want to do an Indiegogo is that, so this is the basic electronics, which just give you a soft shift lock. Yeah. So you press the shift key down and it lights up the LED, hit it again and lights it, and then your shift's off. Right. And then you can hold it down the shift lock and the restore key, and you can actually program what color the backlighting is for each one of your LEDs or a pattern or whatever. And that's it. That's all you can really do with the basic electronics. I have an electronics package that I created that has a full massive, it's got an ESP 32 on it. And so I can make any kind of colors of the rainbow. I can make it talk to the 64 side, so you can actually transfer data and do amazing neuro demos, with the keyboard lighting and all this stuff. The keyboard macros, you can plug it into a USB and you could use it with WinVice as a Commodore 64 keyboard. That would be exact.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
so there's a lot of functionality you can do. And again, it's just a simple plug-in module, but that would be a stretch goal. I mean, it wouldn't be something that is required. We only really need, the basic electronic piece that pops in that gives you, the keyboard, which is
Yeah.
a simple microcontroller, little
Yeah. Yeah.
chip, and that's it.
Yeah.
So but in the future, I mean, there's all kinds of different possibilities. And if somebody in, the open source realm wants to make another board for it or whatever, I mean, I'd be happy to release the connector output, because all it is basically all of these switches that are, out
Right.
to the pin out. There's no
Yeah.
secret behind it.
Right.
And you can do your own electronics at that point. But I think the best way to really handle it is a kit and fully assembled. And the reason why is that, as you know, Yuri, Matt's a good example. Matt Demicco, we would talk
Yeah.
to. He didn't have any soldering skills at all when he started.
Right. Right. And
So
it's
for
now
a guy
become
like
pretty
that,
proficient. Yeah. It's now
You may
become-
want to have a fully assembled unit at that point.
Yeah.
But somebody like Matt now, I could see Matt assembling one
Yeah.
now.
And that's this is a hard one. This is a hard one to gauge how many people are willing to buy a keyboard like this. They're gonna have to buy a keyboard keycap set for it as well.
Well, the keycaps will come with the kit
Yeah, with the
Right.
kit. So
or assembled.
I would almost, I would almost gauge where it's almost like a poll, and see, okay, if we clearly see not the highest demand in a kit, a DIY kit, then it just makes more sense to
Everything is fully assembled.
yeah.
Yeah.
and it may be a little bit more expensive. Yes, exactly. But at the end, you don't want to be dealing with people that mess these things up.
Yeah. And so fully assembled, you could do either fully assembled with the color already like this. So it would come out of a box literally looking like this. With
right.
printing, obviously. Or it would come out of the box looking like this with a bag of keycaps where you put them on yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of different levels of kit versus production you could do.
Yeah.
And if you order, more keycaps, maybe it's better that they come out without them stuff. I don't know, because you got to figure out labor for all that. And so
Right. And
now
to
why
me,
I didn't release
I
the
would
campaign.
I would dramatically reduce the number of SKUs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm about that. So that's the main reason why the campaign did not get released today, like I had planned, is I'm still getting pricing on all the different options and
Right.
figuring out what's the route way to go.
Right.
And I really didn't have time to communicate because I didn't feel good.
Right.
Going
Well,
back.
I think if there's one thing that we've learned about the community, and it's the same with Gideon, remember earlier today,
Yeah.
there is patience. Some of them had to be taught patience. But
Yeah.
after 164 updates on your previous keycap campaign, there is a group of people that have now learned patience. I hope that a large part of that group is going to say, well, this is cool. Obviously, they have a lot more C64 still, because no one bought enough keycaps for all of their C64s.
Yeah.
So for their next batch of C64s, they're going to need this cool keyboard.
True.
So
Yeah, I mean,
I'm really
It's a nice
hoping that
keyboard.
we're
It's great to type on. It basically checks all the boxes for what I wanted from the original Dallas Moore replacement case to the keycaps to now a full mechanical keyboard with all those things encompassed together.
Right.
So like what I've got for my prototype, I mean, this is what I've been using for testing. I mean, anybody who's seen this before, this is from the Kickstarter campaign. And so I've been using this for making sure everything fits and the height of the keys is correct and all that. And so to me, typing on this has been great. Actually, I typed quite a bit on. I'm very surprised how much I was actually typing certain things and loading up programs, courtesy of my U2 Plus, because I'm lazy for the disk drive. I just click it and load it.
Yeah.
So it actually makes all the stuff I ever wanted when I was a developer. I wanted dirt color keycaps too, but I really wanted a better keyboard. That was the whole thing back then. Of course, now we don't care because so much with CB and Program Studio and all that, but that was my biggest gripe about that. And I tried, I don't know how many different keyboards on different computers, there were 64s, because they all had some kind of strange problem. Like I always have to hit the asterisk key for me, almost all my keyboards, for whatever reason, an asterisk key would always wear out.
Right.
So I must use that asterisk a lot. I don't know. I mean, And so I was always swapping keyboards and trying to get something that I didn't have to hit twice or 3 times, you know, to get it to go.
Right, right, right.
So I thought back in the day, I mean, back in, 1984 or 5, whatever it was, when that's all I was ever doing every day was typing on a 64 keyboard. I was like, man, this thing's horrible.
If we ever could have had, I saw Bruce on the channel saying I never hated the keyboard. You know, Bruce, you're Canadian, you're more forgiving than most other nations. Trust me, I hated my keyboard with passion.
Oh yeah.
Many of times I've been banging on it in hopes it would get better, because I always would think maybe it's dust or something, but it wasn't. It was just a shitty keyboard. That's just.
And then you go through the process of pulling a keyboard apart. If anybody ever seen one before, there's, I don't know, a million screws on the keyboard you gotta take apart.
Oh my god! Yeah, exactly.
And you're never gonna put them all back because you're never gonna have them all.
Because they either get lost or they won't fit, or where did they used to be?
I think some evaporate into the ether. I'm not sure where they go.
I'm with you. And then it had that plastic. I don't know what that on the cable set. It had this plastic that, you know, was either dirty, it was loose, or it had been gotten off, and the whole keyboard back was sticky. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I think it's going to be a cool campaign. I think we should maybe over time do before it goes live some polling on what people think, how many people might subscribe to it. I certainly hope that it's going to be one that gets funded.
Well, the hard part's done. I mean, the keycaps themselves, the shape was a big thing. We've got the printing down now where we can use UV printing for it. So I don't think there's any real gotchas, so per se. Haha, I mean, who knows? But I think we've gone through all the issues. Like, we're not going to have a problem with stems because every Cherry MX's keycap or a switch is the same. So that's not going to be a problem. The shape's great. The printing is the only thing that's kind of up in the air, but I'm pretty confident with this company because I've had them do printing before. I didn't know that for something on CNC, CNC piece that they had printed, and I thought it was silk screened, and apparently it was something else. So I'm not sure how they did it, but so I've seen them do some stuff. But I think
and the fact that they can do shipping is
and shipping for me is really important. Because
it needs to be more of a hands-off type of campaign than the last one ended up to be.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be anything like that. I hope. I just can't imagine.
Well, and I think
I'll tell you what, if for some reason we got like some gotcha, whatever, I hope people understand that I'm not giving up. It's going to get done. So.
Well, I think it got done. No, hold on. It got done. Whatever is left now is nothing got to do with Jim Drew. These last stragglers, if they don't send an email address or if they haven't been able to communicate a call, there's nothing you can do about that. There is absolutely no one could have fixed that. So
I need to take care of all the backers that are still present for mistakes, and then any kind of future mistakes that people, who got keycaps and never looked at them until today or something.
Right.
So I take care of those people as well. So, to me, it's really important. Because the backers did it. I mean, shout out to Jim Brain, because Jim Brain's the guy that pushed us over the edge for the original funding goal. Yeah. And then we almost doubled it after that. So I just never expected it to ever get funded because
cool. Yeah, shout out indeed to Jim Brain. He's done that a few times with other campaigns as well, I know. So that's cool.
So it's his fault now. It would have got funded. So I'm not sure. Some of the stuff's still up in the air for pricing and a few other details still. And instead of rushing something to get it out, it made no sense to me to do that. And I think people understand that I'm going to take my time and make sure that it's done right. I did learn something from the other Indiegogo campaign, is that if it's not done this year by December 1st, I won't do it until next year. Because of Indiegogo's tax thing, they split the money in the campaign and you get taxed for 2 different years for whatever they collected. And that was a nightmare to deal with too. So I ended up paying taxes on the campaign for the first year without any write-offs for it. So that was a little bit much. So I learned that. So I think maybe if I can get information from my factory and we coordinate stuff, I'm actually considering going there and chatting about the whole thing. And I could probably do all that, take care of it by the middle of next month, and then be okay if we launch.
Right. Right.
But I'm
Well,
not in a big
here's
hurry.
here's where I'm going to temper some of that enthusiasm. I think the campaign is not going to start before January 1st.
Okay.
I think despite all of the hard work that you'll do there and all of the enthusiasm, I think the community owes it to you to kind of put the handbrake a little bit on there. Just have you kind of gasp a little bit for air. Work a little bit on this, have a little bit of fun on other things as well, fiddle around on other, leave some time open and say, hey, it's coming. You've now seen what it's going to look like. You've heard what the feature set is. People can see and imagine what it looks like. Start building some communication amongst the communities in word of mouth. And then somewhere in the beginning of the next year, which happens to be the next fiscal year as well, this thing may come up. I think it's the right way. I think it's the right way to kick things off. It makes people look forward to something. And one thing is good: if they back it, they know that you'll deliver.
Yeah,
you've proven that in Mission Impossible in multiple colors.
Yeah. Okay, I think we'll leave it at that.
I think so too. Hey, Jim, on behalf of the community, thanks a lot. You brought this one to a successful end. Everybody got to, in true transparency, got to live with you through that. It's hard to explain how much time this took. I think you've undervalued the time that went through it. The months that has gone through sorting keycaps and doing them every night while watching the telly together with your better half.
Yeah.
It's stupid. Let's be clear. It's crazy.
Yeah.
What it got done.
Yeah, it did. So, okay. So I think what we'll do is we have Bitscape at 5, I guess like 10 minutes from now. So why don't we take a break and we'll get Saj in here and we can start that at 5 o'clock because we've got a gazillion things.
Yeah, that gives us 9 minutes to kind of and then
unwind for a second and then come back. So
all
right. Well, thanks, Yuri, for the interview on that. That's a nice walk down memory lane.
Hey, I'm very happy. I got great keycaps coming out of this.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I'm very happy with the colors. I'm
sure you are.
counting on the new board to have at least one crazy color as well, and otherwise it may become a custom set, and I'll just need to buy God knows how many to make it to that color. It's just been very much fun. It's been fun, and it got delivered like always with you. So very good.
All right, thanks, Yuri, and I will switch to Slay Radio and we'll get Saj in here.
Thank you.
One man and his ship on a mission to save the galaxy. R-Type.
All right, we're back, and I'm going to be introducing what's going to happen next, which is Bitscape. So last year we had 1 day. This year we've got 2 days, and let's give you a little of a promo here of what's going to happen. If I can find the promo now. It all changed.
Welcome to Bitscape 2023 at CRX Summer Retro Expo. With music by Citrix, Ray Manta, Lab Rat Warfare, Hope -1,170. Vincenzo, from Zero to Zed, DJ Space, Jeff Gregory, Robert Engstrand, Electric Gypsy, Tron, and Wagner Volko.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yo, yo.
We're back. We're back for Bitscape, year number 4.
Oh,
Wow, look at all these artists we have this year. We have 12 artists. So yeah, we had to split the Bitscape in 2 days this year because we ran into some issues last year where we ran past the I guess we weren't aware that YouTube only records up to 12 hours, right? Of
right.
content. So
Yeah,
the recording, so the recording got cut. 2 of the artists got cut from the recording part. So we're like, yeah, I think maybe we'll do it in 2 days this time and split it between half and half, and we can get a little bit more artists this year as well. So yeah, so we got a jam-packed weekend.
Indeed.
Jam-packed. So okay, so I guess we'll start off with we've got, let's see here. DJ Space will be our first artist for tonight. He's from Greece. I actually was going through YouTube looking for some artists this year, and he had some really cool stuff. He's part of a 64 group called Hokuto Force, and he kind of makes music and like microcomputers, a whole bunch of them, some game consoles, and yeah, what's really cool is he's got a lot of remixes that he did from popular games that we used to play back in the days. And he also did some pop covers, which everyone's gonna really dig because they're pretty big tracks that we all remember from back then.
Gotcha.
So, and yeah, let's roll it away and check out DJ Space.
Okay.
You're tuned into the 2023 Bitscape Commodore Chiptune Music Show.
DJ Space. I'd like to thank CRX and Bitscape for having me here today. I'm from Greece. I'm a musician, producer of hip-hop, house and electronic music since the late 90s. I also make chiptune music, originals and covers for the Commodore 64, Sega Master System, NES, Mega Drive, you name it. I also do C64 song remakes. You can check them all on remake64.com. You can also visit my YouTube channel at DJ Space Radio Tunes and find more interesting stuff there. My full discography information over the past decades is available on my Facebook page. Today I present you some of my C tracks along with some C64 remakes. I hope you like them and enjoy the ride.
that was a great set.
Yeah.
Very cool. DJ Space. Wow, I was trippy, man. That I think my favorite tune on that set was Money on the Run, man. That thing was awesome.
I like the Paperboy. That was good.
Paperboy too, that put a smile on my face while
Yeah.
listening to that. And oh, I wanted to show you something. Oh yeah.
Gotta sell some keycaps.
Yeah, man. I was so happy when I got them, and you threw me some really cool ones, the extra colored ones too.
Yeah.
The green and the yellow. That's awesome.
Yep. You're in the click.
So yeah, I also like the way DJ Space put like the 8-bit image in the back, and then he put like the scope views on the front, and how you get to see. Some people have never seen scope views on the 64,
Right.
so
I
really
do like the
cool.
versatility because some artists have a very common theme, but he is all over the place. So
oh yeah,
cool.
exactly. He played for everything from Dynasty to Paperboy. So I was like, yeah, and then yeah, it was really neat. I also liked the the 80s stuff that he played. Everything was good. There was a couple of tracks I was like, man, I recognize these tunes. I didn't realize what they were. And then Crypto Boy jumped in. By the way, if you're not on Discord yet, a lot of us are on Discord and we're partying in those rooms. So right now we were in the DJ Space room. And Jim, you want to explain how to get on Discord real quick?
Yeah, so if you go to the crxevent.com website, you can actually click on the Discord link and you can get into Discord. Discord can be done through a browser, but you're better off downloading the app for your PC or Mac or whatever you have to be viewing on and installing it. It's free. You just sign up with your email, and then if you click the link, it goes right into the Discord server, and you agree to the terms of our our rules, and then wham, you're in all these rooms. And then so you look on the left-hand side, you're going to see a slew of rooms, and including Bitscape. There's a whole category for Bitscape with all the different channels that are there. And like Saj was saying, we've got DJ Space is like packed full of people during that, on the show, and it was awesome. So it's every single performer.
Yeah, come on in there. We're all hanging out. We're chatting while they're playing the music. You can have your a drink on the side and just relax and enjoy the party, man.
Yeah.
So right now, let's jump to our next artist. Next one is from Hungary. This is Vincenzo, and he also goes by the name Stray Broom. Oh, really quick, let me back up real quick. So DJ Space, if you want to check out his stuff, he's at www.remix64.com/member/DJ-space. And I believe all his remixes are on there, and he's got tons more, by the way. You might want to go there and check it out. If you're on Facebook, it's facebook.com/DJ-space.music, and YouTube's got all his tracks in there. Everything's in there, and he releases stuff quite often. So might as well go down there and hit subscribe if you want to, stay in touch with what he's got going on. That one is youtube.com/DJ Space Retro Tunes. So yeah, check that out for sure.
We also have that info in the Discord too, right?
Yeah, exactly. Everything's on the Discord as well. And yeah, so you could check that out. And you can just click on the links directly there if you want. And then so now we got Vincenzo. He's from Hungary, and we have him playing some really cool stuff. So what's interesting is how I found him. There was a documentary that came out about a year ago, maybe, or I'm not exactly sure. It was called Mole Man 4 Long Play. They had various documentaries. One of them was about the demo scene, but the one he was in, he did the soundtrack for it. It was about video game development in the 80s in Eastern Europe. So it was very cool. It's like a synthwave kind of soundtrack. And I was like, man, who is this guy? I got to find out who this guy is. Really good music. And so I looked him up, and yeah, he does 64 stuff as well. And he's got a lot of really cool videos on his YouTube site. And he also does 8-bit mixes, like DJ mixes. He mixes everything beat matched, the chip tunes. And if you also search through his YouTube channel, you can see a lot of his tracks show the trackers that he's using. So you can see what's going on and how everything's structured. And I think he's using on the YouTube channel, you could see stuff on Sid Wizard, and then some PC programs like Sid Factory 2, which I don't even know existed.
Yeah.
And there's another one called Impulse Tracker. That one I've heard of. That was very popular. And yeah, so here we go. Let's check out Vincenzo up next.
You're tuned into the 2023 Bitscape Commodore Chiptune Music Showcase at CRX. Up next we have Vincenzo.
Hello and welcome to my set for Bitscape 2023. I'm Vincenzo, also known as Stray Boom. I'm a sound designer for video games by day and a Commodore 64 composer by night. What you're going to experience is a recording of one of my live sets, fancied up with visuals from demos and the music trackers I usually use, Sid Wizard and Sid Factory 2. All of these tracks were recorded from the back end of a real Commodore 64 with one piece of an 8580 sound chip, using this bad boy here. And what can you expect in the upcoming 45-ish minutes? Melodic funky jazzy tunes followed by some modern compositions where sound design was in focus. Hopefully it gives you an idea of what can be squeezed out of the good old SID chip. Majority of the tracks are my own compositions, and a couple of them are C64 covers and remixes of other people's music. So let's go and have fun.
Wow, that was
Oh, yeah.
mind-blowing. We had a jump ship. Now we're in the 80s computer room.
Yeah.
Holy
Yeah, we were
cow.
partying in Discord. If people weren't there, you're missing it.
Yeah, man, that was amazing. I mean, holy cow. This set was really cool, man. Like what he was doing to the Sid was just intense, man.
Yeah, that bending is cool. I like that.
Yeah, everything that was going on is cool. Holy cow. Yeah, so this was very interesting. So my favorite tracks on this one was probably that fragmented inverse mirror. Holy
Right.
that track was like, I don't even know what song structure or rules he was following in this one, but it was just all over, breaking all
guessing
the
his.
time signatures, right?
Yeah.
And then Shade on You was really cool. I like that one too.
Yeah.
And yeah, I love seeing the trackers on the side while the tracks are playing. You know, for us
I
producers.
want that karate dude as my screen blanker.
Oh yeah. International Karate, man.
Yeah.
You know, that was my first box game that I ever bought. So I have a lot of feelings for that game. Great. I think I bought it on the Atari, and I think it had the Commodore on the flip side. I think that was one of the first games.
Oh, flippy disk, yeah.
I had a flippy disk on it. And yeah, that was, I mean.
So how many joysticks did you break?
I don't know. It was quite a few, I think. That game, you know, I remember later there were other versions of it, like a plus version and things like that, right? Like,
yeah, there's a couple different ones that were out there, yeah.
Different backgrounds and stuff. So yeah, excellent set.
Excellent. Hey, before we go to the next artist, I want to give a quick shout out to Slay Radio. Slaygon's been in the Discord and say thanks again for letting us play on a break. So it's
yeah, man.
Great music, and you know, music like we're hearing now. I mean, it's great tunes they've got. Slay Radio.
Yeah, Slay Radio is always playing some good stuff. So if you want to check out Vincenzo's music, you can go to his main website, which is strayboom.com. Also, he's got a Bandcamp, strayboom.bandcamp.com. He's got a ton of albums on there you can check out. He's done a lot of C64 music releases at demo parties as well. I think you could see some of those graphics in the bottom in the corner over there when he was playing on the videos. Some of those demo party graphics. And then he also has his YouTube website, youtube.com/@strayboom/videos. So yeah, make sure you check that out and subscribe on his channel. A lot of good stuff on there.
Yeah, good. It's great music.
So let's go to the next artist. So the next artist, Robert Engstrand, he's from Sweden. And this is interesting how I found about Robert. So I just recently bought, and I've been looking for one for years actually, a MIDI box 64. If you don't know what a MIDI box 64 is, let me grab this thing.
Oh, I'm sure you've got yours there. Your glasses are sliding off. There you go.
Those suckers back in. Yeah, so this thing is, look at this thing. This thing is wicked. So I bought this just recently, and I couldn't see anything because the LCD screen was dead. So thanks to all the CRX crew that guided me and helped me solder a new one in there, and we got it all working. This is actually used in the track I'm going to play tomorrow, but
cool.
I just wanted to show you this because, so when I didn't know how to use this thing's pretty complex looking. So I started searching on other artists that use MIDI box, and Robert's channel popped up, and he did a song that will be played in a moment with it. And I was like, oh man, this track is awesome. Like, I've got to get this guy on the show. So what he does is very interesting. He's got the different version though than mine. He's got the later version that's more square. It's not inside the C64. I think
Right.
the other one, this one here has 4 SIDs. I think the other one may have 8. Or whatever you want to put inside of it, but it goes up to
Right.
8, which is kind of cool. And if you open it, these inside, oh my god, it's at least I think the one he has is more like the everything inside is a little bit more modern done. This one's more DIY, and it's like scary looking inside when you're in there.
As long as it works.
As long as it works, man. Once that LCD fired up, I was able to play with it. I'm like, oh, this is sweet, because I wouldn't have known how to fix that thing. All right, so let's go straight to his set. Robert Engstrand from Sweden. Let's check it out.
Okay.
You're tuned into the 2023 Bitscape Commodore Chiptune Music Showcase at CRX. Up next we have Robert Engstrand.
Hey guys, I am Robert. I am glad to be part of this year's Bitscape. I'm a typical 80s kid. I got completely obsessed with the Commodore 64 games like Last Ninja, Defender of the Crown, Zack McCracken. So I got my first Commodore 64 in 1983, and 30 years later, this MIDI-box SID was built by me and my father, who is an engineer. Look at this beautiful piece, huh? Sounds amazing. I would like to give a shout out to Zweijtzer for the invitation. Thank you so much. And this is my first time that I'm involved with Bitscape. My set list today consists of 6 songs. The first 3 are cover remixes of pretty famous Commodore 64 songs. And the last 3 songs are my own composition. And in my last track, called Blipster Attack, I used exclusively sounds from this synthesizer, so pay attention. I hope you enjoy my set and have a great Bitscape. Thank you.
Wow, that was impressive. Another impressive set. Jesus.
Yeah.
So let's see. That spy versus spy. Oh my God. Like that just took me back, man.
Sure.
That spy versus spy, man. I mean, that was one of the early games too. That was a really early game. You're R-Type. Weren't you a big fan of R-Type?
Oh yeah, big fan of that.
Yeah,
I
that
like
bass
that.
line.
I love his take on The Last Ninja too. That was really good.
Yeah, that was like really epic how he had the vocal in there. I never heard it.
it was-
I never heard a version that way.
I haven't either. So it was.
I
That's
think
all
that was
good.
called the mansion part of the game. I think that was the ending, the last level, right? The mansion.
I think so.
Yeah.
And that
And then-
Blipster, that was amazing.
Yeah, that is a cool tune. So that track is how I found Robert, because I was looking for info on the MIDI box, and I was like, man, this track is dope. I gotta get this guy on Bitscape. And then he did another song, Bermuda. So Bermuda was cool. So he
Yeah.
was like compiling some tracks together for the set. And he's like, Sod, I found this one track. It was never released. I don't have a video or anything for it. And then he sent it to me for me to hear. And I'm like, dude, you gotta release this, man. This is
It's never been released before.
Huh?
Never been released before.
It was never released. Like he
The
made it. I
CRX,
guess
the first release.
it was never released
Nice.
before. No video, nothing. It wasn't on his channel. So I'm like, dude, you gotta release this for Bitscape because
Yeah.
it's such a great tune. So
It
he whipped out a video for it and everything last minute. So that was really great that he was able to do that.
Yeah, that's
So
cool.
yeah, props for that, man, for sure. And then one of those final tunes that he did where he played live. Holy cow.
Oh yeah, that's
He
crazy.
had like 4 keyboards all over the
Yeah.
place.
And
He
his sense of timing is amazing.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
wow. I mean, you got to be really skilled to be able to do that, especially on all the keyboards playing.
Right.
Yeah, that's impressive keyboard playing. That was
Yeah,
very
definitely.
impressive. So up next, so
So
this is
wait,
an interesting.
Where
Oh yeah, right.
music?
Yeah, really
Yeah.
quick. So
Yeah.
Robert's Instagram, if you're on Instagram, I think that's one of his main sites where he's more active on. So if you're on Instagram, instagram.com/Robert_Engstrand. And he's also on YouTube, youtube.com/@Robert Engstrand 4314. And finally, if you want to hear a lot of his compositions, he does actually soundtrack scores. He's got a score called Monsters and Memories, really cool stuff. You can hear some of that on his soundcloud.com/Bob Engstrand. So, and I think he also goes under another name called Koska, Koska. So that's something pretty cool to check out as well.
Cool.
So our next artist from Zero to Zed. So I'm gonna let you tell this story because you're the one that found him with that video that you sent me.
Yeah, it's crazy. So I make products and stuff, and so I have a whole bunch of different 3D printers, and so I buy a lot of parts from TH 3D Studios, which is a company that builds parts for 3D printers, and they do magnetic plates. And shout out to those guys. Love the stuff they do. And so I was looking for an instruction about how to install something from the printer, and there was this section with, you'll see in this video coming up, of Commodore 64 SID stuff, and I'm like, whoa, Saj, you gotta look at this. Like,
You sent me that video. I'm like, what
totally
is
random. And I'm looking for a video how to install a piece of software or hardware or something on the printer, and it has this, whatever reason, they've got this interlude in the middle of this instructional video of a guy jamming on a 64. And so, yeah, I sent it to Saj, and Saj, you made contact with him. I had no idea you actually reached out to him. So
Yeah,
that's cool.
well, you sent me the video, and there was no information on who the artist was on the video. So
Right.
I don't know how I found it. I think I Shazammed it or something. I did something and somehow found the clip.
Yeah.
And that's how I found him. I was like, I was digging on a search, on a mission to find who this artist was. And I found the video, and I was like, okay. But I got confused because I think he collaborated on this track with another artist, and I actually found the other artist first, and I think the other artist did the percussion part. I'm not too sure how they collaborated, but and then from that other artist I found the From Zero to Zed. I'm like, okay, I think it's From Zero to Zed that actually released this. So it was a bit of a journey trying to find out who it was, but yeah, I found him, and we went from there. So it's a really cool track. He's gonna have it on there, and he's got a whole bunch of other stuff, and he's in a band too. So there's like a couple of people in the band, and I think they do all kind of genres. They're not limited to like one style. So let's go ahead and roll the clip and check it out. From Zero to Zed from South Carolina.
You're tuned into the 2023 Bitscape Commodore Chiptune Music Showcase at CRX. Up next we have From Zero to Zed.
Hello, we are From Zero to Zed. Thank you to everyone involved in CRX for inviting us along, and thank you to everyone listening. Every song in this set is using a Commodore 64 as its primary synth, if not the only instrument, along with a DMG-01 Gamma Boy as well as with other retro synths. We hope you enjoy our music and hope you are having a wonderful time.
Sometimes I think the word game is stuck on almost everything that isn't serious. If you play music, if you draw pictures with a computer, that's not a game. You don't get a score, but we call it games, and there's sometimes this down thing. Don't play games, don't play around on the computer. And yet there's a lot of good can come from gameplay.
Oh, he busted out the mask. 3D printing, guys. That's the 3D printer mask that he just did.
Yeah.
Wow, that set was great, man. Really good. I was glad to hear a lot of the other tunes that they did because I didn't know what else they were putting out, and really good stuff.
Yeah, great stuff.
My favorite tracks was definitely Capsid. That was really good. I like that track. And the way they played the drums and the guitar over the Sid, great combination. I've heard a couple of bands doing something like that, and sometimes it sounds good, sometimes it doesn't, but they really balanced it out really well.
Yeah.
Really cool the way they did that. So I want to tell you guys some of their information if you want to reach out to them. They've got a Bandcamp site from Zero To Zed.bandcamp.com, and you can also catch more of their videos on their YouTube channel at youtube.com/@from Zero To Zed. So thanks guys for joining us this year. That was really cool, man.
It's great. It was good hanging out with them in Discord as well.
Yeah, I love seeing those recording studio photos. It's checking up all that gear and stuff. So cool.
Yeah, old school. I love that. So that's very cool.
All right, so we're gonna end off the set. We saved it for Poke -1,170. And this guy's from the Netherlands. So this was interesting. Ray Manta recommended me to him, and I wasn't quite sure what kind of music it was. So I checked out the website, the Bandcamp, and I was like, oh, interesting. So this is not Commodore at all. This is a computer that was mostly used in Europe. It's called the MSX. I think it's Japanese. And I think Microsoft teamed up with MSX.
Yep.
Right? You know much about the MSX?
A little bit. I know that there were several different companies that actually produced the same computer in different configurations, but it used a Microsoft, I guess, the basic, or I know that Bill Gates had a hand in the thing along with the Japanese company, but it was pretty popular overseas.
Yeah, it's got a huge game library, kind of like the Commodore. I was impressed.
Right.
I didn't really hear much about this computer until just a few years ago. So the beauty of this computer is it has an FM synth chip in it.
Yeah.
And a lot of makers. In fact, when I heard this computer in some videos, I immediately try to track down the Yamaha. It's called the did I write it down somewhere? The CX5M, something like that. I can't remember the exact. Yeah, CX5M. And you have to do some kind of modification to get it to listen to MIDI, like an input, because it only does output. So yeah, so I was able to get one of those. I think it was at Shad's store up in Vegas. He got one in one day, and I was like, man. So I got all. It's funny. I ordered all these the mod kit. So we were there, and I was asking Chad if he could help me mod it. So we opened it up, and it was modded already.
Oh, perfect. Makes it easy.
Yeah, totally. So really quick. So it's cool. He's gonna showcase a little bit of the gear in the beginning. So if you're not familiar with MSX, you can check out some of the gear. And what's interesting too is, and Jim Drew mentioned this yesterday when he was kind of like scoping out these videos I sent him.
Yeah.
How great the graphics were.
Yeah. The video quality of this particular video, I was stunned. I thought it was all 4K at first when I was looking at it. I was like, is that really 1080? Because you'll see, it's pretty amazing.
I mean, I don't even understand how he rendered all this stuff. Wait till you see it. There's like so many elements in the images, and it's rotating, and it's just like really cool. So Poke -1,170. You're probably wondering like, what the hell does that mean? Because I was curious. I'm like, what does this mean? So he told me what it meant. I'm going to read it to you. So basically, he said it's very bit specific. He said the Poke -1 refers to an internal cartridge slot or memory that is used to play hacked ROM games from tape or disk. And then he also said it tricks the MSX into thinking there is a cartridge present. Poke -1, 170 is for Philips machines, and Poke -1, 255 is for Sony machines, for instance. So that was pretty cool.
Interesting.
So I'm not sure what that's exactly used for. Maybe just to play the ROMs. I guess that's how they do it on theirs.
Enable a cartridge, a
Yeah,
virtual cartridge, maybe.
Kind of like a multi-cart kind of thing.
Mm.
Maybe that's how
Could be.
they kind of do it. So anyways, yeah, we're gonna end off this set with Poke -1, 170 from the Netherlands. Let's take it away.
You're tuned into the 2023 Bitscape Commodore Chiptune Music Showcase at CRX. Up next we have Poke -1, 170.
Hi, thanks for joining my set at Bitscape. I am Gideon van Aalder and I make music on a Philips MSX computer under the name Poke -1, 170. The MSX is a platform developed in the 80s by Kai Nishi and Bill Gates, and it was meant to standardize the home computer market. Casio, Sony, Panasonic and many other companies made these computers. I'm using two different FM sound cartridges, the Philips Music Module and the FM Pack by Panasonic. So sit back and enjoy the show.
And we're back. And Saj is not back.
Right.
Oh, here he comes.
There I am.
There
I was
you
trying
are.
to identify that last tune.
Oh,
But it's a no-name tune. Damn. So I was writing down all the ones that I thought were really cool. Blue Lights is one, and unfortunately, the other two have no names. So
oh, well, the no-name tunes are great too.
yeah.
And the
So
graphics are amazing.
oh man, so he's a VJ, and he does visuals for a lot of other artists in the Netherlands. I don't know if he also gets flown around to other parties, but VJing is a lot of fun. And I don't know what graphics card he's got to render some of this stuff, but it looks really high resolution.
Yeah, it's amazing.
He's using some plugins, he was saying, After Effects stuff.
Right.
So that's something I'm not familiar with. I used to do a lot of VJing a couple years back, but we weren't doing stuff that high res yet. So that's very cool to see. So thank you. That was a great set. If you want to catch his music, he's got a Bandcamp, poke-1170.bandcamp.com. And yeah, all his stuff is on there. So if you want to check it out,
Cool.
he's got a release called Ambient Works, something like that, which sounds kind of like a lot of his influences like Boards of Canada, Audiker, Aphex Twin, things like that. So totally up my alley. I love that style. And before I forget, I just want to thank Keith Green for the computer room backdrop he's done here.
Yeah.
This is awesome work. Look at that. I mean,
yeah, so we're going to interview Keith on Sunday.
Yeah.
We're going to talk to him about this stuff we've got going on behind us and the work he did for your video tomorrow.
Yeah, he collaborated with me on the music video for the track I'm presenting tomorrow. So I want to give him big props for that. Really
super talented guy.
Yeah, super talented.
Actually part of the Keycap campaign too, because Keith actually provided some of the original glyphs and stuff we used for comparing Commodore's Keycap stuff. So
that's right. That's right. Yeah. Isn't he also on one of your motherboards?
No, actually, Yuri and Tony are.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah,
Tony. Yeah, Tony was.
Keith did the Keycap thing. So yeah,
that's right.
Very cool. Yeah.
Yeah. So I need for this background, he had a 64 made, and I kind of wanted to put have an Amiga 500 on the side. So he actually created this in the last month, and I remember he was asking if anybody had a 1080 monitor, as you see right there, the original Amiga monitor. Love that monitor.
I like the old Bitscape posters in the background on the wall.
Yeah, we got some Bitscape posters. We got Commando. What's the other one? Temple of Apshai.
Yeah,
Ultima poster.
Yeah, that's
got
cool.
a little workbench disc up over here. There it is.
Yeah. Joystick.
All right, so we're wrapping up Bitscape day one. Very, very cool, man. Really good stuff for tonight.
Great stuff. I'm glad we got 2 days.
Yeah, because I can't imagine Bitscape being 8 hours long to get everybody on. That's a lot. So I think splitting it up in 2 days was perfect.
Yep.
It's a perfect way to wind down after all the panels earlier on in the afternoon and the morning. But tomorrow we got a long day. We want to talk a bit about what's going on tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll talk real quick. So we've got look at the schedule here. We've got Chris and then myself doing KiCad work, and then lunch break, and then David Yao is going to do a presentation on Battle of AI. We're going to talk to Arthur Jordanson from CBM Program Studio live from the UK. And then Mark Lemart is going to talk about interview with David Yao as well about Knox Arceus. And then once again we got Bitscape.
All right, yeah, we'll be back.
So what do we have for tomorrow's artist for Bitscape?
Tomorrow we have Electric Gypsy was starting out the night. Then myself, I'll be up right after him. Then we got Wagner Folco set, and we've got, so I don't know if we mentioned, Wagner Folco will not be here this year. He got kind of tied up with a lot of things, but
Yeah,
we are going to play
morning.
2 of the songs that he played the last 2 years.
Yeah,
So
amazing.
yeah, he just shreds it on the guitar playing. So that's a sight to see. Then we got
Yeah.
Jeff Gregory, and he's a returning artist, Bitscape artist we had in 2021, I believe.
Yeah.
And then Lab Rat Warfare. These guys are really cool. I found these guys online, and they're a trip to watch.
Yeah, for real.
It's a trip. We got our resident Bitscape artist, Ray
Right.
Manta, is back.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a great set again, doing some mind warping set.
Yeah.
And Citrix, we got Citrix back again, man. That's so great that he was able to come back. And he's doing an hour with us tomorrow. So he's gonna
I
close
think that's
out.
cool. So
He's gonna close out the set tomorrow.
So let me
And,
mention something real quick. So that's our day for tomorrow. So in our schedule, we got at lunchtime, we're all supposed to have information about the auctions. And I'm a dummy apparently, and I actually allowed to buy it now for some of the auctions. All of the keycaps sold. Buy it now.
Oh man.
All of them. So I'm going to go ahead and do another set of keycaps, maybe different colors. So I'm going to put another set of auctions in tomorrow. It'll be a 1-day auction, I think. So Saturday to Sunday. And I probably won't do a buy it now on those, but maybe I will jack the price up and do buy it now. Who knows? I'll see what happens. But people are kind of upset that they don't have a shot at getting keycaps right now. So I'll fix that issue for tomorrow. So I think, Discord. So we're all going to jump on Discord. So if you're on Discord currently or want to join us with live video chat, we're all going to a room and we'll channel, I guess you call it. And we're going to
the after party. That's the after party.
Yeah, exactly. It's the after party. So I think that's it for today, right? We're going to sign off and we'll see you in the Discord. I think we'll play a little bit of Slay Radio to take us out so we can mellow out a little bit, maybe.
Catch you guys tomorrow.
All right. See ya.